Good morning, everybody. We hope you slept well. Welcome back into the Challengers Open for the second major here of the CDL at the Minnesota RØKKR. Listen, we've had ourselves some games. We've gone through 2 days of action, and now it's time to finally crown ourselves a champion. Europe has already found some qualifications. North America struggled at the end of yesterday. But what we do know is that Ultra Academy North America was one of our first teams to qualify for the Pro Amateur Tournament coming up in May. The rest, though, has been fighting it out in the Passion Pits, and that just means we have 2 more matches we have to get through, our lower finals and our grand finals. We already know all 4 teams are going to be going to the tournament, but now it's time to crown a champion of the open bracket event. I'm Spaceman. Joining me today will be Dream Crazy, and we will be taking you through the lower finals before the grand finals comes up right after this. Ellen, welcome into the final day of matches. How you feeling?
I'm honestly, this whole weekend, Sean, has just been insane. I'm pretty excited. Obviously, we have the 4 teams that are going to be going to the Pro-Am, but I'm excited to see who's the champion today. Kind of a little bit of turn of events as, well, we know Strike X taking down Texas Nation was one of the big ones from last night. And yeah, going into this, Ultra Academy obviously taking down Strike X. Kind of excited to get the battle of the European teams with M7 Electrify and Ultra Academy.
Yeah, once we got to our upper finals and our lower semis, all the qualified teams have officially made it. So Ultra Academy NA, EU, M7 Electrify, and Strike X, congratulations to them for making it through. Now, let's take a look at our actual series. It's M7 Electrify versus Ultra Academy EU. And, well, we start things off with Tuscan Hardpoint, followed by Berlin, Tuscan, and then Berlin and Desert Siege if necessary for the rest of the series. But looking at how these teams got here, specifically to last night, it was Ultra EU who took down Strike X after Strike X made one of their more historic runs, taking out the likes of Texas Nation, where Ultra Academy EU won the opening hardpoint pretty convincingly, 100-point plus margin, then a 6-1 win S&D on Berlin, and a 3-0 control. So it's clear the adjustments they made in the middle of the tournament have worked. We already saw Josh tweeting in the middle of the night like, hey, the boys are feeling good. We just want to get on with the rest of the tournament. And it seemed that the players were ready to go early on this morning. So, Ellen, we got ourselves the lower final. Let's get into it.
Indeed we shall. And off the break, it seems like both teams kind of just getting 3 off the bat, but at the end of the day, it's Wardy who's heated up, zoning forward and getting that grass control that it's beneficial to allow his teammates to move on to the point. M7 Electrify, not a bad start.
It's not bad at all, and you're kind of looking at the run they've had so far into this tournament. Well, again, this is the better most known as the Vengeance roster that used to exist, 2 weeks ago in Europe. So this is a good old-fashioned Season 2 Elite Stage matchup where Ultra Academy EU, again, a very good respawn team, but M7 Electrify have been known for how dominant they are in those 1s and 3 game modes. Like, you're talking about Hardpoint and Control team that just don't lose a lot of these long sprees of chaining hill time together. So M7 Electrify trying to continue their run here through the lower bracket. They're going to have to go through Ultra Academy EU to get it done. But already, Harry back on his original gamer tag here, able to find 2 as we break on into our next hill. But it looks like for the moment, we will just fight for this contest as it should be M7 who get in first.
Yeah, and a big credits to Wardy, even on the first and the second hill. You mentioned chaining, but he has just consistently been playing so aggressive, being that thorn in their side. And I mean, with hardpoint stats consistently 1.25, I mean, it's ultimately that is where, again, he's still a thorn, but still Ultra Academy though, not a bad setup, getting that patio control beans you see kind of just zoning around, but not really getting a lot of time. So the benefit though for Ultra Academy, even though they didn't get too much time on this point, well, as they get that scrap, they have the rotation for new. Wardy's still doing Wardy things, putting damage on the map, and, well, getting that fire control. If you could hop in the window, we know how those can be quite troublesome.
Yeah, Wardy has been probably the biggest standout for M7 so far. I mean, Denza's had a ridiculous turnaround in Season 2. A lot of criticism going in with his slow performance. He was averaging like a 0.88 KD overall, but he really turned up. We got the Denza that we know and love for years on end, and so far he's been a standout for sure. But you look at kind of the flexibility that M7 have, especially on this back hill where we men can eventually pull out a sub to get a little bit more contest time inside when they're going for a re-break, when they do lose those spawns. But Beans right now, combining with Furious, it's just a bunch of assists, but Beans with the Automaton will find 3. So Ultra, with those back spawns ready and waiting, making sure that they have numbers around the point to continue to get at least extra time, if not a quick contest. But so far as the nades fly out, you're just looking at a bull rush from the middle. M7 try to find their way inside the hard point, and finally they do.
Yeah, and a lot of credits to Bean and Furious, of course, on that last hill. Just getting such good control. And Furious, I mean, we look at him, just where he's been. He was on that the originals roster, and then just the pickup from him, the squad has just shown so much success. And you see Flex Furious, what he could do on the map, but Ultra Academy, Harry as well. Getting that rotation kill was so key, but it is still Denza cutting them down, knocking 2 in, and although that fight for control, it was ultimately won by M7 Electrify yet again. Ultra Academy looking to break.
Yeah, they're gonna try to attempt this through the back, and it's gonna come down to Stevo. If he wins his opening gunfight, then again, you play numbers inside the point. But so far, it's just all red in the kill feed. So Ultra Academy getting set up for a break, but they don't have the numbers to funnel on with it. And at this point, another clean hold from M7 Electrify, which again, one of the harder teams to break in Hardpoint, one of the harder teams to clear off the point consistently. Beans, however, was able to open it up with 3 last time things around, but even here, you're looking at a situation where you just need your subs to start picking up more of those kills inside the hill. That's 3 dead yet again, and back out to mid-map we go with Wardy. It's 80-63 right now. Still a doable game for Ultra, but they just haven't been able to find a lot of these hills to chain them together, let alone the fact that the kills just aren't falling.
Yeah, and I see on the Churchill what they were trying to do. Beans was essentially pushing through the front, and then Harry on the side just trying to get those picks, but it's just the gunfights to be won. Rotational kills don't necessarily matter if you can't get the picks. So regardless of rotating early, that is exactly what M7 Electrify is doing. They're just slaying out so well, and even zoning around the point, pinching. You see Maple right now working a pinch, making it more difficult for Ultra Academy, but Stevo recognizing that takes him down. So this is a break for Ultra Academy. You can work through the bottom and flood on in, and you see the push coming through, but the kills again to be won from M7 Electrify. They still continue to hold. There's 25 seconds left on this point.
Yeah, it seemed like 2 hills now where Ultra were really trying to flip through the back and not only try to dictate spawns, but they wanted to make the gunfights a little bit more stretched out. And M7 denied that. They forced them down the middle of the hard point, and they're winning their gunfights up close. That's thanks to Wardy at 23-11 so far, leading the lobby for M7, let alone Ultra on the other side. Like, he's been lighting it up, and that's been the difference maker, really. It's just the subs from M7 that have shut down those back pushes, and it's forcing Ultra to have to call an audible in the middle of the hard point, and Ultra just can't respond. So again, we go to our second rotation, our second set of hills, back to P1, already set up, ready and waiting. M7 not allowing anybody through the back. Denza will cut down 1 at 14-14 with a lot of time still to be played, but you get 40 seconds on this hill, and this game's almost essentially done. It comes down to Wardy still alive, still somehow just baiting players out of position, but with all that happening, nobody in a position to contest for Ultra. They are struggling to keep numbers up going towards the point, and now they need a break, and they need help with the kills.
Yeah, indeed. They're consistently just trying to flood to the front. There was a couple of team kills that came in there from, I believe, Furious. There was one, but even so, it's just the repositioning, the pressure from M7 Electrify. And hey, a map like Tuscan, this is the map that, of course, you want to win. This is one of their better maps. Taking out Kavutu, of course, from Ultra Academy was smart. But on the tail end, though, Ultra Academy, they can bring their game back into this. They just have to get set up for new. And you see, they're actually on that bottom half of the map, and the huge gunfight to be won from Beans. Yep. So now they've secured new. If they can hold this, they could, if not, potentially get back into the game and then some.
I mean, this is
the next 2 hills.
Yeah, it's one of the first time they've actually been able to get out early and set up. So hopefully they have ARs in a position to watch the cross, and well, now you need to start picking up the kills. There's 3 dead. We saw that a couple hills ago, and finally it comes back out. Ultra making quick adjustments, able to get back around the point. Harry now starting to fly around your screen, but what do you do if you're M7? What's the decision making here? How much do you commit to this hill before you begin to rotate off and then play for the transitional fights down the sideline where you've been winning them for the past couple of hills? So far so good for Stevo inside, good for 1, not the second. Wee Man will cut down 1 more. That's Beans who drops. Harry up for the challenge. So those spawns that are close for Ultra, keep them contested on the point. But now it's that swing out on the sideline. Player 4 is Maple, and he's working with me, Wee Man. They should have the new hill once it pops, and they have positioning as well.
Indeed. Now Stevo kind of working this rooftop side. Gets stunned out, and the stop from Wee Man. So important in the position, but you see Wardy picks it on back up because we know how beneficial it is to hold this patio side, but he does fall. So the push from Ultra Academy on the rooftop side and through the middle is a little bit successful. So there's only Wee Man that's left on the point, but still the gunfight's to be won. Hill does remain neutral. Ultra Academy pushing through the back. Stevo, important kill, but again, both teams, it's really just M7 Electrify and winning those gunfights just yet again. Ultra Academy really not able to capitalize on anything.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra did a great job of breaking through the back, but it's just the amount of numbers that M7 are committing right up the gut. Finally, there is a break, but how long does it really last? We've had about 10 kills around the hill, and usually you'd think, okay, somebody gets clear control here. No, it's been just contest time and neutral zone here. And so far, M7 walk away with the lead yet again. They got maybe 10, 15 seconds. Everything else, though, is basically scrap time for both teams. And once more on the rotation, you're looking at M7 to set up early inside Church. It's going to have to take a pretty heavy break from the top for Ultra to get back into the point. But underneath, Wardy again, 34 and 19. Could he make it 35? Now on the roam, but you're looking at a game that's slowly getting out of reach. Ultra need to start making a play, and they need to work through the back together to keep numbers alive. Denza with a beatdown. Why not? Sure, that's great. Here comes a push. Here comes a flood, 2 purple in the kill feed. Denza trying to trade things out. He finds a double kill, and Furious will clean him up, but I don't know how long the break will last because here comes more numbers. M7 committing a lot to this hill.
Yeah, indeed. For Ultra Academy, this is looking much better. Around last time, it was essentially they were committing maybe too many numbers towards the front. So this time around, obviously, they flooded the back. They won those gunfights, and they were successfully able to hold. And you take a look at number 8. Steve-O's kind of spawning out in Narnia land, but at least he can rotate around the map and get set up for new. So if you're Ultra Academy, this is not bad. So you hold this extra time. You got to win the gunfights on rotation, but you see 3 members essentially, well, now make it 2. Those were key. Wee Man now last alive for M7 Electrify at the command center. He lost it. If you're Ultra Academy, you can come back here.
Yeah, this is a really big hill, and they've done a very nice job of keeping at least 2 up around the point. So the spawns were a little bit out for M7. They had to make that long rotation right up the middle of the map, but now that they are in, they just couldn't win the gunfight. Steve-O under screen can throw out a nade, try to play his life, and here come the numbers for Ultra. So it's a flood on in. All the boys in purple getting their feet inside the hard point. 3 stack on the outside. No nades to check them out just yet. Wee Man will find one with the connection and the utility good as Furious flies his way in. And there's the hold for Ultra. Now they just come down to the subs, and all of a sudden, Ultra Academy have worked their way back into this game, and they might retake the lead with this hill.
Indeed they will. And of course, Furious is starting to match that power that Wardy was displaying with the zoning sub and roaming sub. And oh my goodness, that just brings it back. But the rotations for new, Harry is a key here as he does fall. It is M7 Electrify that have the new point, the rotations for new. And Ultra Academy, you can flood on here through the grass side, but it's going to be really hard because you kind of got to break it through the middle as well. And you see number 7, Furious, kind of getting set up. He gets taken down.
Yeah, and that's where I would put Wardy. If Wardy's frying the way he is in this map, 38 and 25, put him in the most important cut, right in the middle, so he cuts down the first wave of subs, let alone can challenge an AR, back them off the play. That just gets you time. But with that, again, M7 continue to build that lead. Now you're trying to look at a split break from Ultra. They're spreading their numbers, and I don't hate the call at all. You need to pull these gunfights away from the hard point, and that's what they're trying to do. Thankfully, Steve-O and Beans have just been able to find assists and triple kills left and right. Ultra work their way back into the hill, but we will be going on the rotation shortly. So how do you start to hit that transition? Ultra committing a lot of numbers here. Neither team can win it on this hill. We will go to P2, and it looks like for the moment, it's going to be a one-on-one battle in the back of the map. You got Steve-O versus, who was that, Denza? This could be huge, and this one really could decide the game.
Yeah, and Steve-O wins it. So him last alive in the back. He's got to wait, though, for his teammates to flood through the front because essentially he's the only one here. But to be disruptive, he's able to take down 2. And now for Ultra Academy, you have M7 Electrify spawning in the back. This is going to be hard to hold, but Furious is a big one as he's going to have to pinch, and he does get taken down. So now Steve-O here last with Harry. Continue to slay. 5 seconds left for M7 Electrify to win.
Yep, both teams can win it here. It's going to come down to one more push for M7. There go the nades, and this is when you triple nade your way into the point. Even if you find a team kill, you just got to fly off spawn and get yourself inside the hard point. 5 seconds, that's all that's needed. Denza trying to stay alive, but it's a flurry of kills and pinstripes in the kill feed. Wardy and Maple for 2. The third from Maple. The cleanup, the good. Yeah. Game 1. Here we go. M7 Electrify find the break in the end. They flood off spawn 250 to 230. A 20-point game down the stretch. Credit to Ultra Academy for bringing it back, but M7 consistently on those rotations was able to find the opening kill or 2, and just the confidence in the end to continue to fly off spawn. Nicely done. I have a feeling this is going to be a very close series, Alan.
I have a feeling as well. I mean, these guys, both of these teams are just such titans, and yeah, for M7 Electrify, they started off just so hot. And Ultra Academy, yeah, they started to bring it back, and you can just see maybe just getting a little bit warmed up, but they really just kind of just started to work together better and their breaks towards the end there.
Yeah, they did. And now we just take a look at the Berlin S&D where, again, looking back towards yesterday where Ultra against Strike X were able to handle a lot of that pressure. They won 6-1. It was pretty one-sided. But looking at how this Tuscan Hardpoint did go, off the start, M7 controlling a lot of the pace, Ultra able to work it back in a lot of close hills, and they started chaining a lot of those late hills together. But it just seemed that when they needed to have those crucial three pieces, right, where Beans was able to sit at range and find players, those three pieces needed to happen more so in the hard point, and they were not able to find clean breaks in the beginning of the game that would help them with that time.
Right. Yeah, I agree. It just getting it set up in those key positions, of course, and I mean, they started to heat up here, getting the rotations a little bit early and winning those gunfights. But yeah, you can't count out Maple, Wardy. They were just off the break going. Just started off so hot. I think he was like 5-1 even after the first hill. But my goodness, 45-29 from the young man off the day just to start. So yeah, when you have that kind of slaying power and that sub pressure, it's hard to adjust, especially on a map like Tuscan.
I mean, I think the fact that the game ended 250-230 is a credit to how good Ultra Academy's teamwork is, because Wardy drops almost a 50 bomb and it was only a 20-point game. That is a testament to Ultra Academy EU and what they do so well, which is just they're such a solid fundamental team. M7, same situation, but like they've been able to oftentimes get by with the slaying because Wardy and Denza have really been able to pick it up towards the latter half of season 2. Weeman, we know he can run a flex. He likes to pull out the sub on some of these hills on Tuscan, but again, Ultra not going quietly. Regardless though, game 1 win goes to M7 Electrify, formerly known as Vengeance, if you've been keeping up with the European side of things. One of these teams will be going to the grand final to play against Ultra Academy North America, but here's your series layout. Berlin Game 2 coming up in just a moment. And we just saw Ultra Academy EU play it last night against Strike X, and they won that one 6-1. So this could be another instance where we go into that control tied up 1-1 in the series. Yeah,
I agree. They seem very comfortable on this map, like they have their strategies down, but I don't know. On the flip, like, yeah, we never know what to expect. I'm really going to be looking for those A pushes that they were doing. Just a lot of that regrouping, the snipes, the checks. I want to say I know what to expect, Sean, but I don't. It's been such a crazy weekend. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and it's going to keep being that.
It's going to keep being that, right? You just never
it.
know. We could go into another game 5. I feel like every game, it was like game 5 yesterday.
All
across the board, though. Not even challengers, just pro teams.
Yeah.
Everything. Craziness.
It's been a bracket buster for sure. And it's been its own kind of March Madness. It's been absolutely nuts. But what we do know is, again, one of these teams is going to be going to the grand final for competing for tens of thousands of dollars, let alone the fact that you're the first Challengers Open champion in 2.5, maybe 3 years, ever since pre-COVID times. Alrighty, though, let's get into our game number 2. Starting off with a first blood and a second from Wardy. Advantage to M7, and very quickly, round 1 looks like it's going their way as well.
Yeah, huge stop from Wardy on the 2 on the outside there. So this leaves Beans with the bomb down and no chance to come back there. M7 Electrify put the stop to that A push.
That was very...
and Wardy.
A pistol?
Okay.
All right, that's how we're feeling today. Okay, good to know. Oh, I love me a round 1.
Yeah, that was a round 1. I mean, yeah, it's not something that you often see so early, but I mean, M7 Electrify clearly have been warming up since 7 a.m.
They probably have. Like, knowing these guys, they probably have. I know how quickly they got into the venue, and we were told by production, like, yeah, they just want to go, and I respect it. I love that we're jumping into the series. Let's get into round number 2. Bomb Carriers Denza starting off at 2-0 with the automaton in hand. First blood did again. Ultra able to find something with that utility. But it's a spread out right now as Furious could be in a position to at least slow this first push. He won't find Denza, but the information now here. Here comes the flank and the cut from M7. They will cut him down.
Yeah, huge gunfight there from Denza. And wow, Wardy to follow on Stevo. So now again, this leaves Beans last alive. And well, although he had the first blood with that nade kill courtyard, still, M7 Electrify regrouping, but if you take a look at that, Beans might come in contact with all 3. There's one down.
Almost the second. Oh, shaky shots. M7 not going to lose that one. 2 rounds in a row. Punishing Ultra, even though Academy did find the opening pick. They found that first blood with the nade. It did not matter. Denza 4-0 with the automaton, and again, of course, worth noting, he's working on streaks, which is just as dangerous as it sounds on Berlin. So the glide bomb could come into effect if he's able to earn it. We might hop over his POV, cracking the knuckles. Love what I'm seeing from Beans. They're going to get back into this one, but Steve-O and Furious still looking for their first kill of game 2.
Yeah, and if I'm Ultra Academy, like, you want to take down Denza, you want to take down Wardy. You don't want them to get, both of them to get streaks. So immediately off the break, Ultra Academy just getting set up into the male side. Getting that top 3 is very essential to cut down the map a little bit and just maybe get an opening pick here again.
I like the spread from M7. They have someone at B. If they die, okay, then you have information. But Wardy trying to stay alive. Furious might be in a spot to trade the kill, but I don't think he will have the angle on the other side. And Wardy had absolutely nowhere to go. So Beans finally gets something in this round. 3v3. Wardy drops, Steve-O drops, bomb carrier is Harry. And we slow this down to a crawl.
So 43 seconds left. What is the play? And I think the setup from M7 Electrify is actually really good because you get 2 members in fire and then you have Wee Man who's flanking around. So getting in position, this is not good if you're Ultra Academy. Denza takes down Furious, but Maple now again, Harry's the last alive and the pinch comes through. So repositioning and of course Wee Man coming around, it made it very difficult for them to even leave. 3-0. Coming off of that Tuscan and now into this Berlin Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
M7 Electrify are making a statement. They want to make it to that grand final.
Well, here's 2 things that are interesting, right? Like, not only did Denza die, and I don't think he got the glide bomb, so obviously it stinks you're down 3-0 if you're Ultra, but you stop the streak, which is important. But also, we know historically that 3-0s or 3-1 leads in S&D are a scary number to have. Like, this is by no means a done deal. Ultra have to work it back one round at a time, but M7 might start taking more risks, and with that, it either pays off or it doesn't. Right into the point we go, Denza with the bomb. I think Steve-O immediately knew that a quick plant was coming down. Here come the numbers trying to funnel on in and make sure they stop this push, but will the utility connect? That's the big thing of how you go for the retake. Wardy will eat a nade, but Beans needs to get somewhere around to help with this pinch. Here comes Furious for the first blood.
And that is immediately 3 down. It just crumbled so fast for M7 Electrify, leaving Wee Man last alive, and not enough. That was beautiful display of patience from Ultra Academy, and big credits to Beans because he was there the whole entire time and he waited on that on the outer outskirts there by the stairs. So great claps from Ultra Academy and the patience from Beans, the plays, because even him staying alive just allowed that play to happen.
Yep, you take some risks if you're M7. A quick plant, love the call, better response from Ultra, the patience. A team like this in S&D who are very, very patient, and especially on defense when they have to wait for a retake. They did it there. Nicely done. Like I said, 3-0s and 3-1s are scary scorelines. You think, oh man, they're going 3-0. This game's done. No. S&D has never been like that. It can be dangerous having that kind of lead. Alrighty though, let's get into our next round. Round number 5 on your screens. As B could be the call, we'll open it up yet again. Ultra finding first blood. In a couple of rounds here in this game, too. How can they convert it into a win? Bomb going down at B. Here comes the push.
Maple had to wait just a little bit, but the bomb is down. At least he's able to get Steve-O. So now that opens things up. And Wardy on the opposite side, he's kind of in between 3 members of Ultra Academy, and he gets taken down. So with 3 alive, this is very doable. 30 seconds left. Maple gets away with his life, but he gets spotted.
Oh, wow. What a read, but better positioning, Ultra. Hold on. In the one-on terrifying situation. 3-2, they work it back around yet again.
Yeah, and of course, credits to Harry with that opening nade onto Denza there to open up the B point. So Ultra Academy, obviously, strength in numbers, capitalizing on that first blood and quickly committing to the play towards B. And Wee Man, although he was there, got the trade onto Steve. Of course, it just wasn't enough. But inching their way there back in. Ultra Academy, like you said, it's never over.
It's never chalked.
In search.
We've learned that. It is never, ever chalked. 2 offenses in a row. M7 with the quick plan at A. I mean, does Ultra pick this up? Maybe. Furious through the back. And Beans is in position as well to find the second blood. This is twice, but Wee Man trying to cut them down as quickly as they get into the site. Luckily, Denza is there as a guardian angel to help out. Steve-O can't land the shots, finally cleans up the kill. 2v1. Harry working around. Wee Man last alive. He might get pinched. He probably will. So, somehow he's still alive. Somehow he's baiting out these players. He's still alive, gets cut, and they will get the defuse. That's a very risky call from M7. 2 rounds in a row to get that quick plant down, and they lost positioning off that post plane immediately. So a 3-0 lead disappears.
Yep, and I see the play too. They were trying to commit to it again and make sure that they take out Beans, but I can't exactly remember who it was. I think they went down to the secret and they tried to find him, but Beans again tucked away in his spot. Like again, they couldn't find him. They didn't check that corner and they got taken out. So real, if you want to play A, it's like you got to find Beans, take him out because he's just setting up those plays for the squad.
Yep.
And my goodness. Now we have a tie game. And Maple with a snipe watching the cross towards B, but the bomb for Ultra Academy. Not necessarily yet committing. It looks like Steve-O is going to make the cross and is spotted.
You know, I like this call with Maple with the snipe because 1, it just gives you a chance to potentially watch the cross. But 2, it might inherently force M7 to slow down. And we're not talking about Denza with the sub. Just the team needs to kind of slow this S&D down with how quickly it's gotten out. He will not stretch. Harry could watch that crossing. The bomb's planted enough to be able to get an angle towards the back, but Maple pushing very far up dockside. Where are the numbers right now for M7? They're kind of struggling to get towards mid-map, and the setup, again, from Ultra is so good off the plant. That is the scary thing of this team. Their fundamentals in S&D are absolutely lethal. 4-3, 4 rounds in a row, where M7 just can't bull rush their way through a first blood, and they get picked off at range.
Yeah, and I see the play from M7 there. Like, instead of kind of committing to, like, working their way around, like, they were taking the fights from the front. And, of course, Maple with a sniper in hand, like, it would be easier to get those picks in the back, like, warehouse area. But, yeah, it was just, it's so tough. It's so tough if you're not necessarily, obviously, putting yourself in a position to get around flanking in the back warehouse. Like, once you get that bomb down at B, it's almost impossible to break from the back, but... Still, it looks like the commitment play from M7 Electrified to go towards A, and at least Maple this time around has the first blood onto Steve-O. Beans nowhere to be spotted on A. They have the free plant and the bottom half of the map at train station in control. Well,
they better have a more clean post-plant positioning here. Somehow, English 11 a.m. Here we go. Player number 5. That's Wee Man. Does he sniff out the flank here? He doesn't look like he's going to turn around anytime soon. And again, Ultra just start walking their way through these kills. Like, it's not bad positioning from M7, but they're not watching each other's crosses, it seems. Wee Man, last alive. 15 seconds. Has to find at least one. Try to kill him off the bomb. Just got to kill time. He's got to kill time. Wins a huge gunfight, and that might be enough. That was a bit of a mistake from Ultra, but better plays from Wee Man just to burn time around the pillar and play off the clock. Again, Ultra had numbers around. It was quickly a 4-3, 4v2. And M7 just couldn't find anything, but Wee Man pulls them through that round.
Yeah, and of course, credits to Maple with that first blood pick. But yeah, it's looking scary. I mean, at least these post plants, like it seems like they have control, but Ultra Academy are just really good with their retakes there. But Wee Man, of course, playing that time. That's just important. Play your life, play the objective, don't chase kills. I tell my teammates in ranked play, like, hey, team name Red Dot Chasers right now. Don't chase, just play the objective. And Wee Man did that so fantastically well.
Could Ultra do the same thing? They might. Wee Man on the outside of the site. You have a slow rotation coming from Denza, and Wardy opens it up with the pick. So numbers advantage here for M7. Make it 2. The response from Steve-O on both. It's a 2v2.
Ooh. Well, now Denza, with the bomb down, still can work this back area and maybe be disruptive. But Steve-O, maybe got a little bit of information there, tags him down. So now 1 versus 1. And, okay. What seemed to be a first shot there for Denza was just an easy double punch for Beans.
Beans is better. He's better. The dude's a demon. Match point. Here we go. Game number 2. This one is big for the series, let alone for both these teams fighting for a spot in the grand finals. This is essentially to make it to top two.
He was weak though. He was probably a little bit
Beans
weak.
is just that guy. He's that guy. What can we say? Let's get into round number 10. M7 Electrified trying to send it to a round 11. A game that seemed like they were controlling for 4 rounds in a row. But then the comeback starts yet again. First blood once more. The nade connects. Make it 2. Ultra once more. Finding numbers in spades. And they are going to take themselves this round.
That is it. Yeah. And first blood immediately from Furious there, and it just all crumbled for M7 Electrify. Like, we know that Ultra Academy really good on the Berlin, and their teamwork obviously just displayed so well there.
Yep.
Credits to the first bloods, and of course the boys turned up.
That was going from a 3-0 to essentially a complete wipe. Ultra just controlled every single round after that. Even the ones that Weeman was able to drag M7 through was one extra round, but that's what's scary is like Ultra can turn up on a dime, and M7 just looked like they ran out of ideas. Once they got the quick plant down and they didn't have any post-plant positioning, they weren't sure how to set up after that. They didn't win the battle of the first blood, and Ultra had their way with them. So losing the streak from Denza might have been huge, sure, but it really just came down to 2 offensive rounds in a row where M7 tried to quick plant over at A. And they got nothing out of it. They got the bomb down, but there was nobody else in a position to at least kind of watch the site, and they were losing numbers so quickly that the position just crumbled. It was really just credit to Ultra yet again for their teamwork being so good and so consistent across all modes.
Yeah, I agree. And Beans, of course, was in that position to stop those plays. And even so, it just, yeah, M7 Electrify. I would have liked to see a little bit, like, you know, a couple more changes and strategies there, but you see the first deaths, even the first bloods. Denza and Maple were a couple of those two that just got a couple of unfortunate situations, of course.
Well, we find ourselves going into a tie series on Tuscan Control coming up next. And this one, again, another series in this entire Challengers bracket where it comes down to the control. Really, how does this spell out for the rest of the tournament? How does it spell out for the rest of these teams? But yeah, I just wonder how this one's going to play out. It seems like, you know, every time M7 get a lead, Ultra work it back. And if Ultra just find a way to get ahead early, they really could go up 2-1.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Just, man, but from this search, it's just that it's that teamwork aspect of it, right? Like, they just get it together. They keep that composure, and it always, of course, pays off in the end. But now warmed up from Tuscan from that first map, of course, on this control. Again, going to be looking, of course, to that sub pressure and getting the top sides and everything. But my goodness, it's that patience factor. I feel like Ultra Academy, just in certain situations, they just display it so well, and the communication, it's on par. It's pretty good for them.
No, definitely is. Well, again, we know the caliber of both these rosters, the cachet of these players, and when it comes down to just doing the dirty work, doing the dance, it has been Ultra who's been able to find those answers early on into the rounds. We're looking at S&D, sure, but going into Control, this is also a roster a lot like their North American brethren who do not give up life advantages often. They will find ways to outslay you and continue to punish you in 2v1 situations and have numbers around the site. So here's a look at the series layout, folks. Game 1, 250 to 230. M7 took the opening hardpoint. Then we went to Ultra Academy smoking their way in the last couple of rounds through that Berlin S&D, followed up by Tuscan. We go into our control. Predictions, Ellen. First time I've asked you all weekend, I think. What do you take?
I think it is. You eased up on me a little bit. Predictions for this Tuscan. Oh, man. Because I know... Ooh, this is a tough one. They're both such good teams, and honestly, I love both teams. But if I had to pick one, I'm just going to say my Heat energy. I'm going to say M7 Electrified just because, specifically Denza, Control, even just on Tuscan, I think about this guy. I think of Denza and Wardy always on this map. And don't get me wrong, I think of the ARs. I think of Harry and Beans as well. But if I had to choose on Tuscan for this one, I'm just going to say that sub pressure is just too strong from M7 Electrify, and I think consistently throughout the board, like I think they're just gonna come out with the heat in this one, especially from the first map, and then even that search.
I mean,
it's just gonna be chaotic and crazy.
if we even look back to just weeks ago, right, where how good Vengeance were in Control, how good this squad was, especially on Tuscan Control. Like,
Yep.
this is going to be one of the best matchups when it comes to a Game 3 between these two teams, between the Slayers on both sides. We've had conversations about the parallel ARs for 16 hours this weekend, but it really just it does come down to how quickly can a team call an audible potentially over to B and cap that as the first zone. If it comes down to the life lead, I'm probably favoring Ultra in this situation because of how good they are with controlling their lives and playing through their lives. But everything else being neutral, this one should be going to round number 5. This could be a full-fledged, long game of Control, and I'm just here for it. So I hope the players are almost ready to go. I know we have Berlin Hardpoint coming up guaranteed, and if needed, that's not Desert Siege, but Desert Siege S&D, so we'll get the picture switched out for you. A Game 5 if needed, of course. We hope that we go there. But both these teams, again, fighting for their chance to get to the grand final. Ultra Academy North America is already ready there, and they've been waiting for, now is like 12 hours because they won early yesterday. So they've probably just scrimming right now, getting ready. But yeah, this lower final so far has not disappointed.
Yeah, of course. And even when it comes to Control too, like just across the board for M7 Electrify, like all members, like their KDs. I mean, you got Wardy 1.32, 1.15, like just from the stages, like the stage 2. It's just consistently across the board. Like this is their I feel like this is their playground. They're comfortable, but of course, the displays of patience, the teamwork, and valuing your lives from Ultra Academy. I feel like if they did bring it that far, of course they're not going to make it easy. But like you mentioned, the lives favoring Ultra. I think it's gonna make M7 Electrify definitely put them on, make them have like a run for their money. But I don't know. These guys are just so good. I don't know what to expect. And that's just, that's the exciting part about it. It's a mystery. It's like a movie, baby. It's a movie.
It's going to be exciting. Let's get into Tuscan Control. Here we go. Game number 3 of our lower finals. Ultra Academy EU versus M7 Electrify. Minute 25 on the board. Let's see what happens. Bean starting it off at top church window. Can't find the opening pick, but for M7, they like to double stack the point. You're looking at Wardy and Denza to open up with the subs. So far, first blood will fall for them. 2 in a row, though, for Ultra. They try to work their way towards A.
Oh my gosh, and I love the play from Denza. While this was happening, while his team is capturing A, you see him separating the push over by B, and then he rotated through middle. But although, of course, Beans got a nice 2 and stopped that, it's Weeman left to work to A, and now Ultra Academy able to deny the time. So now what looks to be a good start from Vengeance, well, now that looks a little bit better. Now I'm able to actually secure the A point. Got numbers on.
We likely weren't going to see Steve-O move out of his spot unless it was for a call to contest through the back, and that will be now. He'll find one. The continuation on A, continues. As so far, second ticket progress getting worked through. M7 trying to lock this up quickly, but Furious with the sub up close could help with the Ultra numbers as they get around the point. Beans trying to make 2 happen. He will fall. And with that, you have M7 splitting their resources back over to B. However, it's just been all purple in the kill feed. Ultra denying the second push onto both points. What do you do now if you're Weeman? How quickly do you move up onto B? Well, you don't even get time to answer that question. You're getting cut down before you move.
Yeah, exactly. If you were Weeman there, you just have to get set up and wait for your teammates. But yeah, the stop from Ultra Academy, of course, has just been so efficient, and Beans just working around this radio side. You got 2 members of M7 Electrified working towards the command center, but ultimately get cut down. So that allows Beans to push forward, but the clock is stopped over at A.
Oh, the spawns are there for M7, so now you kind of have to stack A, right? You need another minute on the clock, and Ultra are more than happy to throw out utility. At least just slow down the extension once they get A, and they try to work under church for B. Steve-O trying to play his life here right now. 5 and 4 for him, but you watch that mid-map pressure from M7 start to unfold. It's cut down before it begins. Ultra doing a very nice job of isolating the numbers, and Beans is flying around, helping Harry clean up the kills. No one from M7 getting pushed up towards B. One has escaped, that's Weeman, but he's getting sniffed out quickly, and this should be a kill in the back. No, M7 do find it thanks to Weeman, but what did the spawns do now?
Yeah, so now why Weeman staying back here, he's going to force that spawn grass side, but his teammates have to quickly come up through patios. You see, there's members of Ultra Academy that did escape, and they got through that church alley. So a couple of kills ensue, but it's Furious that has the control at top, and Although there's no spawns remaining for M7 Electrify, it is 4 lives remaining, 38 seconds left. Yeah, don't really got too much time to work with and only want to push to get to.
I mean, you had a break maybe if you found the kills, but it would require someone being inside radio to again, slow down the pressure off of those steps into the point. It's not really going to happen. No matter how well Denza is shooting, it's just a numbers game. Ultra, again, controlling the numbers in the latter half of the round, doing a very nice job of isolating players from M7 away from B, and playing a lot of 2-on-1, 3-on-1 situations where it just came down to having to make a move. M7 couldn't do it. Ultra get the first round.
Well, good news for Ultra, of course, winning your defensive round. But let's see how they kind of work this one. Seems like the all commit site towards A, and mid control is one from M7 Electrify. So if you're Ultra Academy, gonna still kind of commit to this point. But you see Steve-O working the way towards command center to split the push. So, yeah, not really successful at A for Ultra Academy, but now you got to start pushing numbers towards B. And, well, Steve-O not exactly going to get onto the point to give away his information. He's going to look for kills.
Just off spawn alone, depending on where Furious goes after this kill, it was either going to be a commit to A or B, but if the mid-map pressure isn't there for Ultra, maybe you start to swing back over towards B. Instead, the wipe comes through from M7. You leave Steve-O on his lonesome right now, hoping that he just plays his life, let alone finds a kill in the trade. And, well, finally, numbers are there for Ultra. So with that, maybe a chance to continue that progress on that first ticket A. But the response from M7 has been pretty impressive on the defensive end. Steve-O, finding two, can't land the second shot. Wardy will combine it, and he'll go 11-9 on the trade, back to 100 health, and he is rolling right now with Maple. They shut down the first push.
Now for Ultra Academy, kind of having to be forced to funnel through the mid lane, you see that M7 Electrify, they have really good map control. Like, Wardy zoning around the grass side middle, moving from lane to lane, obviously doing a fantastic job, needs to be taken down. But that opens up at least for Ultra Academy to push through the grass side. And if you see, getting mid control. So instead of committing to B, they rotate over through mid and say, hey, we got to get on because we only got 11 seconds. So the clock stop comes through, but the stops from M7 Electrify just too strong. Not even able to capture anything. It is an easy round for M7 Electrify. That
was all up to the subs. Like, this map is so hard to break through if you don't have subs on the other side who can start matching what Wardy's doing. And absolutely, Ultra Academy do. But in that round, it was all of Wardy and Denza. Like, they just locked it down, consistently picking numbers off. Ultra couldn't hit a clean 4-man towards the point. They couldn't get onto A or B. They couldn't splinter their resources. They couldn't change up kind of their flow. And it just seemed that M7 had their number, 14-10 right now. Wardy doing a very nice job of keeping M7 involved on the defensive end. So we trade rounds on both sides. The first team to win the attacking round very well could win this map. Will it be M7 off the rip? I like the call over to B and a distraction at A. But Harry quickly reads that. And, well, now it's a 3v2 trying to get over towards B.
Yeah, indeed. And the good thing for M7 Electrify, of course, is that they were successfully able to capture A. So if you're Ultra Academy, do the same thing that they just did. Don't let them capture A or B, because obviously we know that in that swing round for defense is important for control. And, well, you see Furious getting control of command center, and for Ultra Academy, they have the mid, they have the right, and no one's capturing A. So this is a good setup for Ultra. It's going to be M7 Electrify having to win these key gunfights, and Steve-O puts the stop to the B push. But at least on the opposite side, Maple opens up at least one kill and stops the clock. At least 47 seconds left to capture something.
Well, it seems like last time in 2 rounds ago, where M7 were on the attacking side, there was a similar setup where they tried A with one player, they moved towards B, but then they fall back for one single hold and they got wiped. They need to be able to clear off a couple of waves of Ultra if they want to cap not only A, but make an attempt at B, because Beans is sliding through so easily, and Ultra maintain their numbers around. You're looking at a 3-on-2 situation where Ultra walk away with 2 members, and now it's that slow push from M7 where they have to recollect their bearings, try again, and work on that second tick. Finally, it goes through. A locked up, another minute on the clock, but the amount of lives they've lost. You've lost 12 lives just getting A. Now you have to work over towards B with nobody in position inside radio and no one really around in the back spawn. This is going to be very difficult if you don't have someone bottom church. Luckily, they do have numbers there, but Ultra doing a very nice job so far of reading some of these kills.
Yeah, indeed. They have all members essentially working that back church area. Now, look at that.
Uh-oh.
That is a wipe. They could get set up, but the problem is that Ultra is spawning in the back. They quickly moved over to the point to get that topside control, but look at that. It is Harry and Furious around the back that are alive. So in the patio, Wardy is able to take down Furious and get that control. Now that's all it's going to be here for M7 Electrify. Able to move on to the point. The one to stop this would be Harry up top and Beans down low. So although successful, and the trades are kind of getting mixy, and that's happening. Denza still trying to quickly push through command center, able to get 2.
But they got the life lead back, and it comes down to the utility now. To take out the first wave of Ultra, they are inside B. Denzin makes his move to the back, and he takes down 1, but it's a team kill, so hold on. 10v9, make it 10v7. M7 hold on numbers, and they have players around B. Steve-O try to work through top radio, has to get into position quickly, start cutting down members in the point, but he might get traded very, very shortly. If he's not careful and checks wrong, he will. Beans doing all he can for Ultra, but that might be it. 8v3. This is going to be a very tough retake, and they have to do it now. Don't have a lot of time. They have to get onto the point. How long will it last? Not too long. Here comes the pressure. The subs are there. It's all good. 6v1. That's going to be round number 3 going to M7.
Yeah, and big credits for that capture there at the end to Denza, because when Maple was on that top patio side and Denza, essentially he had fallen the command center, right? And then he spawned back up. His teammates pushed through bottom church and get that top side, but what does he do? As soon as he spawns, he picks up the pitch, but he pinched around and he forced going into that church alley. He made all of M7 Electrify essentially flanking around them, made him turn around, shot him in the back, and that's it. That's all you got to do. Separate the push and able to capitalize. So now M7 Electrify taking that attacking round. Ultra Academy even winning this. I still believe that even if it goes to round 5, I think M7 Electrify still gets defense. So must win here for Ultra Academy EU, of course.
Yep.
To not be down in the series. And, well, looking pretty good start for them as they did get a segment onto A and almost a second, but they do get cleared off. M7 Electrify do break.
Yeah, wasting no time, no expense, but the response from M7, the defensive hold's been good so far. A minute 10 left in this round. Ultra now prepping themselves for another push, and here they come right out the steps, but Maple for 2, looking for the third. It's the break there from Ultra, but the extra numbers from M7 do continue to shut down Beans and company. Beans the only one around for Ultra trying to play his life, and that's the clean break that M7 had been looking for over towards B on that defensive hold. Harry trying to work towards that back grass cut, but it really just amounts to nothing. This has been perfect control from M7 with that break. Could Ultra find what they need?
Yeah, well, at least they're able to stop the clock and get onto A, but if you're M7, you're still going to commit to this. Wardy, you see back church, but look at the push from M7. You got 1 member in the back flanking around and then 2 members kind of mid-area. They're committing to this. You see Furious does spot one. The shots come in, but hey, with A almost being captured, maybe you decide to give it up and just get set up on the rotations off. And that's kind of exactly what they're doing. Denza gets 2. Make it a third! And now, even though A is captured, the live advantage is to M7 Electrify.
14 and 19 for Harry. 17 and 26 for Furious. Not stat lines you see too often. On the other side, Denza close to a 30, and the subs for M7 have dictated this game 3 rounds in a row. Tuscan comes down to the subs, and yet again, M7 do answer the call, but hold on a moment. Ultra able to work through the back. You have player 4, that's Wardy. I thought for a moment might try to challenge that tank, but instead, Harry will slow it down. M7 do the same. It's 13v10. You have a minute to go. How do you make your move if you're Ultra? It will come through the subs. Bean's able to open it up with 2, but inside radio positioning there from M7 denying the push.
See, and that was so smart from M7 Electrify, because instead of challenging Harry in the back, you see Harry's just back there, but he's not really able to help. He's got to wait for his teammates to win the gunfights in the front. So committing too much time to this, what do? He's still in the back, and M7 Electrify, instead of challenging him, they're just deciding to go through church. Forget him in the back. We know he's back here. Let's just keep slaying their teammates.
Yeah, he hasn't moved, and that's an excellent point as well. Like, you're playing, what, a 7v3 at that point, just making sure you have numbers alone, because Ultra can sit back with Harry and try to play not only the spawns, but get positioning, but you still have to make a play on the point. And if that's not happening, you leave it up to the subs of Denza and Wardy. Like, this has been a wipe.
Goodness.
The subs from M7 just won them this control, and it was not close. It was an absolute blowout in the end. M7 take game number 3 in pretty dominant fashion after that opening round, 3-1. Wardy and Denza are turning up in this lower final. Whew.
Yeah, it's just this is their playground, man. And it's like every time I see these guys, even before, it doesn't matter what team even Denza was on, it just always seems like it was going off on this map. And man, right there at the end for Ultra Academy, it really did look like they can set up for a play. But Harry being in the backside instead of M7 just deciding, like you see, hey, he's back there. We know he's back there. Hey, forget him. You saw Harry just watch it. Like, well, he didn't see it, but you can see them just, hey, let's not commit to that. Let's just go over and work the push, keep slaying out their teammates, and leave them back there. And great awareness from M7 Electrify, of course. That sub pressure consistently just able to shut it down.
Yeah, they quickly realized the numbers, and they were like, okay, like we're only seeing 3 at a time, so we can just play this. If they want spawns that badly, they can have it, bro. Like we will get our subs in a position to take them out and constantly pressure them at mid-map so they never have a clean hit towards the point. They never get all 4 men up at a time. And Maple was so crucial up close with the automaton, but man, it was Wardy and Denza. Denza 30 and 24 just off that final kill cam alone. Just a ridiculous map. 33 and 24 the final tally. Wardy 22 and 20. Denza has been absolutely lights out since midway through season 2, right? 1.38 KD overall. The dude is insane. Arguably top 10 player, maybe even making the argument for top 5 in Europe. Like Denza has having a ridiculous middle part of Vanguard, and I hope that players are paying attention because this dude's insane.
Yeah, I agree. Crazy stuff from M7 Electrify, but yeah, the positioning, the sub pressure, and man, there was just a couple of key moments for Ultra Academy, like I said, that they really looked like they could have capitalized on it. But we had mentioned like the display of like patience that they do show, and it's just like maybe in certain situations that's where that could be not beneficial for you, because you need to, obviously you need to speed it up. You're maybe spending too much time committing to a play. And yeah, for M7 Electrify, I mean, we know how fast and electric they are. Just able to capitalize on it. But now as we go into Berlin, though, Spaceman, that's where I would be a little bit worried, because that type of play style you can't necessarily do on Berlin, because there's a little bit more AR dominance that need to be on that map. And that's where I would be a little bit worried, because Ultra Academy, I mean, we've seen how much they've dominated on Berlin.
Yeah, like the sub pressure is probably going to come in on P1 when you go to the mailroom in like the middle of the hard point in the lobby. But when we're talking about the outskirts, when we're talking about obviously hitting the transitions, the ARs are going to be crucial. I'm looking at Furious and Beans for sure from Ultra Academy, but also for making sure that they kind of break towards the dock side. If you're trying to get an AR in an anchor spot to at least get the spawns, so that you can follow up back into that P3 or P4. Like, yeah, I think in this situation, Ultra should not be counting themselves out by any stretch. Like, this is a map they absolutely can win, like, 6-7 times out of 10. But just the respawn prowess we've seen from Vengeance, how well they've been playing. If the subs have this much of an presence in the first couple of hills on this map, you're talking about Vengeance that could chain 120 points together by the time we're at P5. And this is a team that does it before, right? So, like, if the subs do their job and we're into P3 and there's already 90 points on the board, that would not be surprising. We've seen Vengeance do it before, and this map early on could really favor the way that Wardy and Denza have been playing.
I agree. And as long as, and they can do what they do, of course, if get Wee Man set up into those positions. Wee Man, obviously those early rotations, the long routes, just getting set up, obviously, of course, into position early. Wee Man is another one that pops off insanely on this map. So off the start, that first P1 hill, Wee Man gets 2. And, we mentioned that electric start. We mentioned getting set up, and Wee Man making it easy. Great start again for M7 Electrify on the hardpoint.
Yeah, this is a pretty routine start for M7, right? The subs getting up close, Denza doing what he does, always Wardy helping out as well. But now, I mean, if you're Ultra, there's still time to fight over, but if you don't get a clean foot in, if you're Beans and you don't get near the point, or if you're Steve-O trying to work these back steps and you don't get anywhere close, think about P2. Like, these 15 seconds do not matter. Go to P2, get set up early, and stop the bleeding a little bit, because already that's 40 points from M7 off P1.
Yeah. Indeed it is, but at least early setup from Ultra Academy. Denza does cut down Steve-O in the stairwell, so now into the mailroom we go. It's Furious that hops in, but knowing that Denza's around, not able to take him down. So the flood coming in from M7 Electri through the front deems successful, but still, you got Ultra Academy spawning in the back. They are aware of this. Wee Man posted up, looking the train station side. This is successful hold, it seems like, from M7 Electrify through the front. And this is not bad either, because if you keep slaying out and getting these kills, you just gotta back up for new.
Every time we think that Ultra are about to get set up, every time it looks like the hold might come through, it's the break and the retake from M7. We talked about the P1 and P2 hills. Like, this is where your subs need to have their biggest impact. Wardy, again, just snapping, looking for the second around the corner. Will not happen. Here comes Furious in the bend. And finally, Ultra getting themselves closer, around 20 points, but we're already thinking about P3, and M7 are out ready and waiting. So player 6, that's going to be Maple. He's one of the biggest gunfights you have to win to lock down the dockside. They do not do it. You're looking at an AR in position to do more damage towards the middle of the map. And M7, yet again, with subs up close, will be winning these opening gunfights.
They're doing such a fantastic job at just dictating, controlling the spawns. Even if they have the favored side or not, they're just aware and just obviously playing squad spawning to their advantage. Sliding on in, Beans tries to put a stop, but no members of Ultra Academy were there, even if he was able to get a kill. So just kind of creating this hectic, chaotic environment for Ultra Academy. M7 Electrify are still doing just that. So Steve-O looking to break is successful, but you see members of M7 Electrify, they're already rotated. So, of course, Ultra Academy needs to fight for that scrap because they don't want the lead to get stolen. Again, on the early rotation, it's M7 Electrify, and already posted up, you see, it's Denza, it's all members, just already ready.
Yep, and we talked about it going into this game. If you get at least 90, 100 points in the first 3-4 hills, that's routine for M7. We expect this kind of start. For Ultra, they're always going to work their way back into a hill, into a hard point, into a game like this. But Berlin will come down on a lot of these transitional fights to the ARs, and so far, Wee Man has been absolute money. 13-6, making a 4 spree, working on a glide bomb right now, positioning in the hard point there for M7, and the numbers in the back. So the spawns are good, but the gunfights up close are even better. Wee Man has not slowed down. Can he find Steve-O for the glide bomb? You're looking at a quality lead. 118, make it 120-39. One more kill for the glide, and this is a dangerous game 4 right now.
It really is, and if you are Ultra Academy, they have to figure out how to capitalize on this. But you see that they're kind of single pushing these situations. Like, it is really frantic right now for Ultra Academy. So putting the stop to Wee Man, I mean, at least he's not going to get his streaks, but Denza's all on the other side. He's on a 4 streak right now, so this is pretty tough because they have just seemed to dictate the pace of the game the whole entire time. So if you're Ultra Academy at this, you can capitalize maybe a little bit on these moments here, but it's still Wee Man. You got to stop him. 16-8 for the guy. Harry does just that, and at least Bean's able to get onto the point now. Maybe they can get some sort of control here.
Yeah, this actually could be a clean hill for Ultra because there's not a lot of clean lanes for the subs to get into the point without being spotted by an AR. So if you're Ultra, whether it's Furious or Beans, yeah, keep them kind of at range and help with everybody else getting inside the hill. Right now, though, you're just playing for this last 20. Whether it gets contested, neutralized time, whatever. You just want extra time, a little bit of scrap to build yourself slowly back into this game. This hardpoint's not over by any stretch. This game could continue on, and it probably will. But we go back to P1 now, and if Vengeance have the same success like they had the last time around, we're going to be looking at like a 200-53 game. And if you're Ultra, you have to start setting up early, and you need a clean hold. You cannot afford the break.
That's the thing, though, now with Ultra, with how much time has gotten away from them, they have to also not only obviously play perfect fundamental hardpoint, but yeah, they have to push for the breaks. Like, they can't really they're not really in a position to get set up early. They can't give up too much time. So you see Wee Man, though, again, set up, getting, maybe a third. He got 2. So there's the break from Ultra Academy committing to this time. So if you're Ultra Academy, you have to push for all the seconds, all the time to get back in. But for M7 Electrify, you don't need to commit too much. You can start to get set up at the new. So you see Wee Man kind of cutting down the middle lane, working towards the new site, maybe working a flank here. But M7 Electrify still looking to break. 20 seconds left. Ultra Academy able to hold on just for a little while longer. Still the scrap time seems to be earned from M7 Electrify.
Yeah, and you're probably wondering why so much on the commitment towards this hill. Well, that's last 17 seconds puts you in the range of winning this hard point and scrap time alone. So M7 not letting anything go by the wayside. They want to close this game out, whether it means they break late. Regardless, Weeman is absolutely turning and burning, and he's having himself a game. 23 and 12 for him. Wardy pulling out the automaton, going into P2. Harry going to try to meet the challenge on the opposite end. His shots ring out, and the challenge from Wardy spots the feed under the bus, and Harry wins the gunfight through the back. Will get cleaned up, but the damage is done. Here's the break from M7 and the hold from Ultra. Back and forth we go inside the hill. All purple in the kill feed. 4 more numbers funneling in, but the nade from Maple and the gunfight win. It looks like M7 might have the hill for now.
Yeah, great stops from Maple, but still from the front, it is Ultra Academy still fighting on for this time. So able to hold on. It is M7 with the slays. Weeman is killing everything in sight, including his teammates. And, well, look at Maple. Maple's getting set up for new. So already you have Ultra Academy kind of in a pinch situation here. But these kills are important at the old. It is Ultra Academy who do lose it. And the body shots from Wardy, the confidence coming through. It is M7 Electrify that do win the rotations on the lobby hill. And they're already set up for the new. So Ultra Academy with their backs against the wall. They have to push through break. They got to go now.
Yeah, you got to flood now. You don't have any other time. You can't win this game just on a single break. You have to win it on chaining multiple hills together. But finally, it looks like Beans is able to get inside just to contest. Here come the follow-ups from Ultra, and all of the boys in purple get inside the hill. They needed this break, and they needed it desperately. Steve-O cleaning things up at range with the sub, and he'll stay alive. So we'll slow things down for the moment. Ultra trying to bring themselves back into this game 4 with 20 seconds still to fight over. They can't afford to not contest. I mean, I don't think M7 win it on this hill. They probably won't. It'll be a 2-point game, but even then, you can't afford to go down to 1 more second.
I agree, and honestly, M7 just won that hill because, like, the squad spawns, Ultra Academy cleared everybody off the point, and the squad spawn came through. Wardy stayed alive in the back by himself while his teammates pushed through the front. I don't even think they realized he was there, so my goodness me, 10 points from winning from M7 Electrify. They don't have control over this new hill, but Weeman opens up onto Beans. It's going to make it quite easy. Well, hard to push in, but never mind. Ultra Academy do hold on. At least they're still spawning in the back, but this is scary. Harry going to look to hold. It's just not enough.
The spawns are there for Ultra. They have a chance here, but they got to break. They got to break now. You just have to fly numbers into the point. If you're Mabel, just hold down on the scope. There's literally no need to throw out nades. You just wait and watch as everybody else funnels into the point. That is going to be that. The lower final concludes on Berlin. M7 Electrify take it 250 to 118, and that was a stomping in the hard point. M7 get it done yet again, one of the better respawn teams in Europe, and they punch their ticket towards the grand final. Ultra Academy North America would be waiting for them, but M7 just put their number on this game, and that Berlin was a blowout. And M7 looking good.
Looking real good. I tell you what, they just dictated the pace of the game the whole entire time. Like, they knew what they wanted to do, playing certain hills from the front, from the back. There's really, from that last game, Spaceman, there's really not much to say. All members were popping off. Weeman was getting set up and getting those key rotational kills. Denza, Maple was rotating early. Wardy was playing his life in the back when he got weird spawns. Like, they all across the board just, they knew what they wanted to do and they just completely executed. My goodness.
Wow. 22
Electrified.
and 26. Steve-O and Furious kind of having slow games. And when you talked about hills where the ARs needed to step up in the opening P1s, P2s, were Steve-O and maybe the likes of Furious running the sub up close. If they needed to have a more impressive performance, they just couldn't figure it out. But Denza, 24-19, Wardy, 21 and 23. But Weeman was the MVP of that game. Like, Weeman's constant pressure on the outside, constantly taking out the challenge with the other AR and making it more difficult for Ultra to set up. Like, Weeman was an absolute nightmare. And he even had a minute 15. Like, the dude did everything.
Yeah, and the best part about it is if he wasn't there, who was picking up the slack? Maple would be the one there picking up, obviously, those long roads, the riverside, controlling that the whole time. Get at least one member rotating early and just playing pinches. So M7 Electrify kind of did that similar fashion, even in the control. They just completely dominated in their respawn and worked out for them in the end.
This is a scary team. Going into the grand finals, I don't care what anybody says. Like, I know how good Ultra do look. I know how good those guys have played. But M7 Electrify as a respawn team are absolutely frightening. And well, here's a look at your championship bracket, how we got to this point. It was Texas Nation took out Alpha Esports to kick everything off, and then Texas Nation lost to your eventual grand finals participant, Ultra Academy North America, won it in Game 5. Then they went on to beat M7 Electrify 3-0. So M7 trying to get revenge here as they worked their way through the lower bracket. They took down Strike X, they took down Ultra Academy EU, and now they try for their chance at a complete reverse. Ultra Academy North America versus M7 Electrify in the grand finals. But Ellen, I think the biggest takeaway from this entire bracket, obviously the story that, well, Stallion's run was valiant and impressive. The fact that Texas Nation did not qualify for the Pro Amateur Tournament was a shocker.
Yeah, that was the biggest shocker for me. But honestly, with the level of talent, though, even in the European region, this is, for me, not really, obviously, Texas Nation's in a different conversation, but for me, it's like not really unexpected. Like even just last year coming back into the scene, like just seeing how the level of talent, it's always been dominant over there. And just the fact, I think there's like one or two North American players left. It's just insane. But making a statement here today, it's going to be awesome to see the battle of the rematch, if you will, NA versus M7 Electrify. So we got that NA, European side. I'm excited to see who comes out on top in the final.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty of a Challengers Open, of a LAN tournament for the first time in 2.5 years. We finally get the conversation and the results of North America versus Europe. And we've been wanting that conversation for a while. But Ellen, a quick prediction. Give me like something quick. What are you looking at the grand finals? M7 versus Ultra NA. What are you feeling?
Nah, you can't ask me for a grand final. I can't. I can't answer. Now I will not answer that one because
one of these days I'm going to get an answer from you.
You can win double best of fives. You never know. We've seen crazy stuff in Call of Duty history. I just like to just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, well, one of these days I'm actually going to get Ellen to give me a prediction. Other than that, though, we appreciate your patience and your watching today. We are concluding with the lower finals, and when we come back from this break, we will have the grand finals. North America, it's Ultra Academy from North America, I am correct, versus Vengeance. We thank you guys for watching today. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final matchup in the first International Challengers event in quite a long time. Oh my goodness, I could not wait. We're finally going to crown a champion in Challengers once again on my whole ship. With me, my Canadian brother from hopefully another mother. I've got Austin Visions Neil with me. It's not Sean and Ellen. That'll get fixed. Austin, you're looking good. You're looking dapper. Tell me about today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic coming into today, Alan. I mean, we have the rematch of the winners final. These two put on an incredible matchup, but we did see Ultra Academy get that slight edge. So now that we've seen M7 electrify, get through Ultra EU, they just got to get through one more Ultra team, right? And they're going to be able to get themselves champions, but it will take 2 best-of-5 series as we jump into the first one, and it's going to be a Tuscan Hardpoint.
You got to remember last time these two teams played one another, it was a pretty swift 3-0 for the side of Ultra NA, but we did not see any Tuscan Hardpoint. So will M7 Electrify be able to carry some of the steam that they had in the lower final here? So far, so good. 3 kills in the mix, and Ultra Academy, they've got the Hardpoint now.
Yeah, they do have a really strong start here for us, and of course, we'll be observed by Cade and Ryan. They'll be carrying us through the entire grand final. As we look at some of the opening engagements at the moment, Vico on the point has been able to clean up one with the nade, and Mohawk right there beside him for a 2-piece, giving Ultra a bit of control and possibly the scrap time as well here at P1.
Biggest key to victory here you have to think for Ultra NA is just make sure Wardy doesn't drop another 45 kills on this map. That would be a good start, I would say. Popped off in the lower final. This was a map 1 between them and what was Ultra Academy EU. So Denza Wardy, the big kind of X factor, at least initially, but so far it's Mohawk who's really kind of stolen the spotlight. Denza trying to clear off topside patio, gets completely, his ankle's broken by Vico, but still tracks him down, no problem. Kills come through, and it's M7 Electrify who win the rotation to 2.
That's right. Now we'll see if they can continue to win these battles right now. Wardy up top. One of the big MVPs of the weekend here for his squad. Able to find that first one. Scrap's going to drop. He's got his teammates in and around him. The push now starting to pursue and come in. Mohawk at 5 and 2, trying to watch that mid alley, but all the action around the point right now for M7 Electrify. They're going to be able to clean up a couple of members. Scrap now coming off spawn. Will be able to soar on through. And now Ultra just with a tad bit of control right now with 25 seconds left.
Really want to highlight that moment for Ultra Academy NA. This is where they were most successful yesterday, working for breaks and spawns simultaneously. So quick, so fast to get in and around the backside of these hard points, and it turns out into kill feeds and moments like this. Pinstripe goes the kill feed, but the scrap time won by Ultra Academy, and once again, take a look at the mini-map. You've got 2 players for Ultra NA already looking to set up for new. This has been an absolutely flawless start as far as tempo and pacing is concerned from Ultra NA.
And a lot of credit over to Ultra Academy right now for the simple fact that M7 Electrify, they're coming off a hot 3-0. So the fact that they have built themselves up a lead here is actually quite impressive. And they might be able to run away with it. This hit, really feel like it needs to be successful here for M7 Electrify. We man the first one through. Need a trade onto Hixie. Wardy's going to deliver. 2 players now make it. 3 will drop. Vico, the last one up, tries to salvage the play, but the spawns are going to flip. And M7 Electrify find the perfect break.
Oh, absolutely brilliant from Maple as well. He was the only member not just left alive, but the only one who could really responsibly hold on to the north lane, and he does it very nicely. But once again, look at the play from Hixie, number 8 in purple, trying to work around the back, but this time M7 Electrify read it flawlessly. It's a 4-man feed, and now all of a sudden you've got Ultra Academy NA spawning exactly where you want them if you're M7 Electrify. Backside rooftops, you can read this, you can spawn trap them, and you can feast as you start to rotate over to church. All of a sudden, we've got ourselves an even game.
And that's the turnaround we needed. Something you can always rely on this roster for M7 Electrify. Find the clutch break. Make sure things do not get out of hand. And now only within about 15 seconds or so, moving into the new hill, Ultra will get the first touch. Scrap trying to just really watch around the perimeter here, trying to figure out where the hit's coming from. And now Wardy makes his way through mid. Vico's going to deal with not 1, but 2 again. Takes down Maple. And that again just relieves this pressure here in and around the point as everyone has to slow down for M7 Electrify.
At least, though, for M7 Electrify, that solo play that we highlighted for Maple on 3 did turn into a glide bomb as he started to make his way over towards Church rather. So a great opening from Maple, someone that we kind of periodically throughout the day yesterday kind of noted that he played extremely slow in the first rotation of hills. That has not been the case. But the problem is, where's his teammates? Denza, 6 and 12, 47 and 10. This is the SMG duo that you're relying on if you're M7 Electrify.
And this was the difference maker in the last series when we had maps like Tuscan in the rotation. So it is going to be absolutely vital to see these guys start to pick up a bit of steam and potentially take over. Scrap's going to take a route here through the outer side of P1. He's actually able to slip by Weeman in the back here, and now some squad spawns even coming in. So player 6 on the minimap just kind of needs to hold off, play his life, wait for a second while this pinch ensues. But I think M7 starting to realize, hey, they have flip spawns. We are ready for you, and we'll see if they can hold.
Yeah, and that's just good proactivity from M7 Electrify. Even if they didn't necessarily read the spawns have flipped, they kind of confirmed it in their own right by kind of getting patio control. So now the SMGs for M7 Electrify starting to light things up. 3-for-1 the exchange, and Mohawk can do nothing besides chip away at the top window from afar. So good hold, at least initially, to the first 30 seconds for M7, keeping themselves in this hard point for now. But we have to see a clean rotation here. That's the thing that's been missing. Stringing together one hill into the next. M7 Electrify have been a bit amiss on that. Ooh. And as Mohawk tries to open up some ground through the bottom, the rest of his teammates try to force their way into the front, but no success anywhere. A solid hold for M7 Electrify to finish out the first rotation of hills.
Oh, Scrap really trying to work his way into some of that scrap time, but Maple not going to have any of it. 18-9 now. We always talk about Maple being one of those players that sometimes have slow starts, but this one, he is in takeover mode, and here comes the glide. Should be able to clean up one here in the outer part of P1, and that is the case. Again, a little bit of red flooding into that feed as Weeman is now on the point.
Yeah, I love that call on the glide bomb as well. It allows you a chance to fully flood through the middle of the map and know exactly where you need to keep your guns up as you make your play into P1. And now Denza, Charbach hitting it up. He's able to go on 4 in a row, clearing out the church by himself. One more contested as Hixie, but is not good for the regen nor the elimination. Regardless of that, though, he's done enough. He pushes back Ultra Academy, and with that M7 Electrify, they'll retake and get themselves in their first lead since the opening hardpoint.
Quick fight here for the scrap time, trying to hold off Ultra. Could really give yourself a decent lead heading in towards the P2 hill, but Mohawk able to rip the head off one, looking for the second. Mohawk's going to deliver, and this is now going to slow down the rotation considerably for M7 Electrify. They have to kind of battle through Mo, but he is still on it. There goes to the pistol, and Mohawk is on a 4 spree. Now he's in takeover mode, looking for number 5, and finally the streak is going to come to an end.
Look, it's not just the individual skill out of Mohawk, it's where he finds the value with those eliminations. How much space did he just single-handedly give to his teammates to get a free rotation to 2? You would have thought enough, but actually M7 Electrified just run right through the 5th hardpoint over towards Radio, and Maple, still on a hot streak, has now taken control of Patio. This is an opportunity for M7 Electrified to get a quick break. 33 seconds to play for on the hardpoint, but it's going to be Vehicle and Mohawk looking to hold things up. Maple, the last one left alive, and Ultra Academy will hold.
25 seconds to try to gather and look at the pressure. M7 Electrify want to try to hit potentially, or maybe just set up for the new hill. Let's see what they decide to do. Hixie reads Weeman, trying to work top church. And Denza now just going to start to zone some of the exits away. Strong kills coming in right now onto Ultra Academy, as Vico is going to try to save the play, make sure the scrap time is secured, and it will be. So we'll see Ultra Academy come out of P2. Still a slight lead, but the setup could be contested. Scrap the first one up, and he's unable to win it. Maple shuts him down again. Now 25-15.
This is the first aggressive zone around a hardpoint that we've seen from M7 Electrify, and what a time to get it. Oh, Maple, my goodness, 27-16, nearly was good for 30 there if you could have found the next double. But look at Ultra Academy, stacked up into fire, looking to set up a pinch as they're also hitting the northern lane. Vehicle, good patience, punishes Weeman, and now numbers start to flood through the team in purple. But can they actually work through this? Denza from the side lane is able to take down 2, and then Maple to the pistol, holds on to the hard point. What a miraculous hold from M7 Electrify.
They're doing it right now, and we go back to what happened last time around. It was a clean break on the first attempt, and now it's a clean hold as they are still defending all the Ultra members. Maple with a couple more. We'll see if Wardy can try to lock in 15 seconds. Mohawk will deal with 1, but it's only to slow them down again on the rotation. This is one of the best hills we've seen so far for M7 Electrify, getting a good 45 points off that. Yeah. And now you need Ultra to respond on Church.
This is one of the first significant leads we've had from either team's point of view. But as you mentioned, Church, a key battleground. Hixie, pressured, comes back in, finds Weeman in the corner. That's good enough for Vico to get the trade, leaving Denza by himself. 1v2, wants the zone, gets the first, but does not expect the second. So Ultra Academy with the proximal spawn. We'll get numbers here first, but can they track down Maple, who's continuing just to run rampant? Maple and Wardy just single-handedly able to hold off the Ultra Academy spawns, and over 190 points go M7 Electrify.
The turnaround right now, Wardy Denza getting involved after being double negative, and a chance to try to get 30 more seconds. Denza in the back will be taken out. Ultra need to find kills right now, but Wardy is unstoppable. Looking for 3, almost 4, but Weeman is there for the trade. I have to imagine Wardy's getting amped after that, and Weeman is obviously playing off of it. He locks in the scrap time, and another battle about to pursue for P5 control.
That was on 1 HP, that triple. Unbelievable stuff. Denza really starting to feel loose. But Scrap, who's able to turn him aside, the only Ultra member inside, then he tries to make an individual play and gets cut just a touch short of it. Mohawk back to his ceremonious spot. looking to spam through these windows, get hit markers, and try to soften up the defense inside the hard point. But he may be required to get activated here as the score goes to 230 to 160. Toronto Ultra Academy need a break. They need a hold. They need a lot, really, honestly. So Mohawk will start to come forward, able to get the Surge 2 from the bottom and finishes off the final member up top. Even YY's the reload! Mohawk, what in the world is that? 5 in a row, reads the 6 down low, but cannot finish off Maple, but softens him up enough for the rest of his teammates to come in and likely get a bit of a break here.
And we just have not had the same presence here out of the majority of the members on Ultra Academy NA so far. 15 seconds that you need right now as it's M7 Electrify. Just going to play for the rotation. Already cutting down the rotators. Wee Man, 2 in a row. Looking for one more. The stun's going to connect, and an easy cleanup comes through with the pistol. Setup is in. Control now also going to be here as you need every single kill to start to come in. We're 10 seconds away from a win here for M7.
What a pickup from Wee Man. What a pickup from Wee Man. And now Wardy in the middle of the map may have just put the nail into the coffin. Last contestant is Mohawk. Cannot touch in time. M7 Electrify down largely until the second rotation. Really kick things up, and I think you start singing your praises to Maple in the first place because he's the only reason they stayed in that game to the first rotation and a half.
Yeah, and it's really uncharacteristic, like I was kind of hitting on in the game. Like, it's almost always, like I kind of made the reference this morning, like Maple's kind of like the Spark sometimes of challengers where you'll start slow, but then you'll just go in takeover mode in the second rotation. So the fact that we got Maple in this kind of a zone really early on in the first rotation, I think speaks really highly of what this roster might be able to do up against Ultra in this entire series. Not just that map, but we'll take a look at, some of the replays that came in here. It was Ultra, Alan, that had the strong start, had the control, and built themselves up a bit of a lead. M7 starts slow, but they recover quite nicely.
And it's that moment right there for Maple where he single-handedly clears off Vines in that top archway into P3. He eventually streaks over to Church where he gets himself the glide bomb. But he was doing it with everything. That's the key thing for this M7 Electrify team when I feel they're most vulnerable when we don't see a true flex come out of Maple, where he's kind of struggling with either the AR or the SMG, cannot make it work with both. Obviously, that is not a concern early here. He goes for, nearly 40 plus. I think he was at like 40, 41, something like that. And one of the key reasons why they were able to stay into this game, a 39 and 22. So a massive game for Maple, 4,100 damage. And even getting a minute 43 worth of the hardpoint time, literally, what couldn't he do in that opening map?
I mean, he did everything. 4K damage, 39 kills, 27 of those, too, also untraded from the Ultra Boys over here. So a little bit of a wake-up call to come through now. They are coming off the hot 3-0, so electricity absolutely just going through the veins here for these guys. And we've also seen some clips of Wardy when he gets amped up and can also get the boys there with him. So have to imagine a bit of smack talk also coming into play. But either way, definitely how you want to start the series, because for anyone that's just tuning in, it's M7 Electrify coming from that lower bracket. They need to win 2 best-of-5s here up against Ultra Academy North America. So we'll see if they can try to go into what is going to be, I have to imagine, a very exciting search and destroy with both of these squads.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is for this Ultra Academy NA team, the hardpoint in their opening series versus M7 in the winners finals was a close affair. It was on Berlin then. But the search and destroy, the ability for Ultra Academy to react and respond to M7 Electrify was the biggest note that we took away from what was a Berlin search and destroy in the winners finals. And then, of course, on top of that, their control on Kavutu was nearly flawless from start to finish. And those were things that we really credited on, saying, not only are you going to win this championship here this weekend with challengers by doing things like that, but that is going to be a requirement when you get into the Pro-Am and play up against these CDL teams. You have to be able to read, react, and adapt. And Ultra Academy NA really showcased that on the search and destroy they played in the winners finals.
Yeah, they definitely did. And how about this? Desert Siege for the map number 2. We haven't really gotten a good look at the overall series layout. So this one is very exciting for us. We've seen it map 5 plenty of times, but now we finally get it early on. And the sniper in hand for Maple. No surprise there. We'll see that just about every S&D map. Doesn't matter what it is. But there is the snipe from Scrap. He's ready to match it on the map as he'll take down Wee Man for first blood.
These teams aren't playing around, bro. I don't even know what the full map set is. They're just, let's go. Let's get into it.
I love it.
So another unique map compared to what we saw from the winners finals. And you do expect that there will be some sniper presence on both sides. But as Ultra Academy are able to tally the first blood, they're looking to get control over the B site where Denza is the sole defender. And what shots are those? Again, you want to talk about being able to flex. Denza with an automaton clean as he turns this into a 3v3 with 35 seconds to play.
It looks like the play should be around the B site right here for Ultra Academy NA. And Scrap really going to have to play an important role. Watch over his bomb carrier. Needs to drop this, but there goes the bomb carrier. Vico not ready for that push through around A, and they will be able to trade one out in the back. Hixie finds Denza, and all of a sudden, Wardy left alone in a 1v2.
Gets the first one clean. Bomb, though, as it gets planted, Wardy needs to get the regen, and he stays at 1 HP for a little bit too long. Wanted to try to scoop over the top, but not going to be allowed to. Good pickup in Ultra Academy after the first blood. Good to confirm the first round as well.
And big round coming through for Scrap, right? I mean, finding 2 picks. The first one, of course, the first blood, over by the site here. And then right after, catches one, pushing all the way through A. They don't read it through mid-map, but Scrap does read the entire flank and finds himself with a couple in that first round. Hixie as well, cleaning up the 1v1. Make sure no 1v2s are happening. And first round will be solid for Ultra Academy NA. And now we'll get our first look at M7 Electrify here. And really our first look at whether or not Maple can actually maybe work just like Scrap did in that last round too.
Doesn't see anything initially over the train, kind of pixel peaks over A. So we'll take a more passive angle, see if anyone will cross over. We're on the opposite side of the map. Scrap is almost arguably doing the exact same thing. Make sure nobody is able to pixel peek you deep. And then make sure you got yourself an angle that you can watch to see if anyone crosses. But the problem is, he's not going to see Denza. So this plant will be completely concealed and incognito. How do you retake this? Scrap is really the only defender here. Maple over the top, not going to find anything on the opposite side, and so it's going to be Vico the first one to go. Nothing is there whatsoever. Scrap does see one player exit, but now he's got to make a play happen with a sniper rifle. A couple of personal. Takes the first. Knows Wee Man's on the corner of the truck, but is in a bad position. Has the pistol out and nearly lines him up, but you saw the third member to the left. Let's not get too excited. He was getting traded either way.
He was, but I mean, if he gets a double with a pistol, I'm still letting some know, Alan. That was quite gross there from Scrap. Long range shots. Not sure if Wee Man was weak. It looked like it only took a couple bullets, but he was swarmed from all the M7 Electrify players. Not a whole lot he could do, and a lot of just no trades, I feel like, coming in for Ultra Academy as soon as that bomb goes down and they start losing their members. And as soon as players on the attack with the B bomb plant start to get away, exiting safely, it becomes pretty difficult to play a retake there, especially with a sniper and pistol in hand. And we see it, of course. So both teams going to be successful on their first offenses, but we talked about a lot of changes that can come through here, especially with this Ultra Academy NA. Really good at reading the map, really clean search and destroys yesterday on the entire day, but Scrap is still keen on making sure he has the sniper in hand, trying to see if he can pick off Maple.
I love this from Ultra Academy NA. They're literally feeling out the map, largely from Mohawk on one side, Scrap on the other, and then you've got your SMGs to work through mid-university. And works out brilliantly. Vico with the opening nade, Hixie to follow up, and now you've got an A site that you're looking to plan off of. Long-range shots not going to land for Wardy onto Mohawk, and with that, it's all down to Maple. Scope in hand, you largely feel like he's going to probably try to use the pistol. He's got a player right behind him, does not expect it, and no 1v4s with the scope here today. Ultra Academy NA keeps it an all-offensive affair.
Yeah, they definitely do. And that's also the problem, I feel like, defensively, when you don't have university control. If you're not willing to stack at least one player in there to get information on whether or not they're taking control of it, all of a sudden you find all these windows to play through the top second floor and look for some of these peaks to see if you can find a first blood. Or you can also just break the doors open at the back and just try to force a gunfight, which works out there for them. And they're able to really just work for a couple of kills where, again, no trades come through on the defensive side. So 2-1, looking solid here. 5-2 for Scrap as well. Yeah. He has been relentless at the start of the search and destroy, and Wee Man tries to take that challenge, and Vico going to shut him down for first blood.
That is an aggressive opening angle, and there really wasn't anybody there to team shot with him. It looked like a set strategy where it's like, hey, let's try to overwhelm this one player on the half wall. But regardless of that, the opening pressure, Ultra Academy NA seemed to be thinking this is going to go B, but Dent's able to sneak over, get a plant at A, and hold on a second, Wardy on the backside of the desert, he's watching this entire rotation. He's got all 4 members in front of him. Deals with the first 2, no problem, tries to read Vico, but is shut down. So it's 4 in a row for Vico, and Denzel left for the 1v2. Less than 28 seconds on the clock, and Denzel's in a great spot to watch over where he planted the bomb.
He definitely is, and you don't have a lot of time to go clearing here. You might just have to hop on it and rely on the player watching over the diffuser to kind of win this one-on-one battle. Denz going to take his time, come all the way around the back. Ultra just cleared this. Scrap tries to read it! And what a read from Scrap! I don't know if he gets a sound cue there or what, but a 180 turn saves the round here as Ultra Academy pull ahead 3-1.
I don't know if you heard anything. I think that's just Spidey sense, and oh my timing. Half a second later, Denza clutches the 1v2 easily, shooting both players in the back. But Scrap just had a feeling or something. An immediate 180 snapper, getting Ultra Academy now up 3-1, forcing a response here from M7 Electrify. And I think it's just, do you try to get greedy here again with his opening angles? He saw it last round from Weeman. It didn't work out for him. Do you want to try to do something similar again? And no, this time it's actually all 4 members stacked within that kind of imaginary box to the middle of the map.
They're giving Ultra a lot of breathing room here. Like, if they want to, they could work for a plant. You almost have to rely on nades to potentially come in to really defend this bomb from going down from Vikul. And Wardy's going to start to use some. There's the first aid, and, well, good play here from Vikul trying to back up. While that happens, Weeman finds Scrap, and we'll get a trade from Hixie, but in through the back. The control looking good as the bomb now will go down today.
And there is kind of a fundamental problem with running this kind of a defensive setup where Maple's having a scope. He doesn't get a chance to see anything, but the whole plan for M7 Electrify is take control of the middle of the map with Vikul on 4. Maple trying to hop on, dissuaded as Vikul is nearby, but it's all down to Mohawk, and he's being shot at from multiple angles. That is a brilliant pickup from M7 Electrify. And you want to talk about adjustments here, Austin. Think about how Ultra Academy had found success on every single offense so far. It was all through University. So what do you do this time? You 3-man stack it defensively. Come at me, bro. M7 Electrify, able to respond.
Yeah, they finally deal with it, and they find that, second player that ended up dropping for Ultra Academy. Not sure who it was, but once they deal with, I think it was maybe Scrap, potentially, they are able to then just move over, take control over that bomb site, and just challenge out some of these battles from range, double channeling it, taking out Mohawk, stopping him from having any kind of a significant play. And that means that M7 Electrify find a much-needed round. Did not want to go down 4-1 here, but can they respond on offense? They've really been favoring this B site, trying to play for plants, trying to work through Vikul and Scrap, however, is going to be the issue if they decide to go here again.
Nade's getting a lot of information for both sides. But with the tagging, both teams kind of playing a little bit of respect, saying, all right, no need to overpeak, but Maple does get at least a very good visual on the Mohawk top side of the A tower. And with that small pushback, that's enough vacancy for Denza to move forward to get the plant. Hixie mid-map. Full wrap coming out as you also have Vikul and Scrap considering a long flank. But someone has to make a move from the front first. And it's going to be Hixie. Right on in. Catches Denza completely unawares. Now it's Scrap in the backside. Pistol in hand. But no, it's Weeman who just has the trigger discipline to take down 2. Leaving Mohawk trying to work with Hixie for what would have to be essentially a 2v4 in total. Hixie needs to go quickly. 20 seconds on the clock. Down low. No chance there. Last one left for NA. Not going to be able to get over to the top of the trains. And M7 Electrify ties at 3.
Oh, very close. I mean, if Mo comes around this wall and is able to win this battle, maybe there's a chance because Maple was a tad bit weak, but good shots from Wardy playing the back of the map. Just a nice little bait and switch even, baiting that player in from coming in between the trains. Winning those battles, so critical in those moments there. And 3-3 now, the scoreline. M7 Electrify, they bounce back with a couple rounds in a row, as we have just seen such a tight affair between both of these squads, Allen. But a chance now to take the lead. See if you can go up by a round on the attack. Ultra continuing to work in and around this A site, as well as their university potentially here too.
Yeah, and this is interesting now because Ultra Academy NA are essentially saying, if you want to play for university, fine, come out. You have to defend the bomb. And well, do they ever? Weeman playing a close corner, takes down the first blood. Denza immediately there to respond. And this is a very dire situation for Ultra Academy NA. No bomb in hand, 2v4.
Yeah, looking pretty tough here. Last one left alive is Scrap. It's been solid with the sniper, but the automaton won't even find the first one here in the round. And no one drops for M7 Electrify. It seems like they're really starting to tighten up on these defensive rounds, and because of it, Ultra, they're no longer fighting these first bloods. Scrap isn't getting value with the sniper that he pulled out in the first couple of rounds here, and they're now losing 4-3, down by a round as they go back on the defensive side.
And the thing here for Ultra Academy NA, every single round has been multifaceted around university. So I say, the dimensionality of how they're playing around the middle of the map has been pretty unique. The thing about it is it's only been around the middle of the map, so we need to see something different, and here we go. 3-man defensive hit, topside platform of B. Denza gets a pretty solid read working with Wardy. They go 2 for 1, and the defensive ideas of Ultra Academy NA have largely been shut down as we go to an early 2v3.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. At least the bomb is down, but Scrappy's got to get out. He does have assistance, but Wardy's nade catches him as soon as he tries to exit. And now Mohawk, who hasn't had the best start here so far, 1-6. Chance to try to redeem himself completely with a 1v3, but he's going to have to read Maple, and Maple will not lose those. M7 Electrify, they are now starting to take over.
Oh, absolutely. This has been, what, 3 rounds in a row that's come through here for M7 Electrify, and all of them have been convincing. In absolute dominant form have these last 3 rounds been victorious for the side of M7 Electrify. And the thing about it is, you know, I kind of take my own words back here. We praised Ultra Academy NA yesterday on their winners finals for being able to adjust and adapt to what M7 Electrify are doing. They've been as one-dimensional as you could possibly figure. There are 2 things that I'm looking for here for Ultra Academy NA. Either pull out an extra MP40 and full flood inside of University, which looks like they're doing, or try to play passive around the B zone. It's going to be the former of the 2. Opening exchange outside of B leads to a bit of a map flip here. You've got Hixie all the way in the defensive spawn. Look at it come help him as Vikul, and Vikul will line up the final 2 as they come around the corner. Brilliant adjustment in Ultra Academy NA, able to take us back to within 1.
They do exactly what you say, Alan. Let's get inside of adversity and just try to win these battles. See if we can put ourselves in a spot where we can take over. That's exactly what they do. They fly to the back. Even as Hixie drops, Vico gets there, finds that clutch double up, and they're staying alive. Still yet to get a whole lot out of Mohawk after you know, what was a very consistent performance yesterday. A lot of it, of course, in the S&Ds as well. So if Mohawk can get involved, this comeback becomes very doable. But M7 Electrify, they have been very unpredictable. Scrap brings the sniper back, however, and he takes that wee man.
And that pick means that for Ultra Academy NA, there's no reason to overstep over that B platform. And look at this. Hixie and Vikul will back up and say, let's play our numbers. Trust the scope of Scrap. You've already shown a lot of force over towards the B zone, so let's kind of overwhelm A. Keep University in our control. This is absolutely perfect play so far for Ultra NA. But as Hixie gets tagged up a little bit from behind, the threat over the middle of the map has now rotated into a free B-bomb site. How do you retake here for Ultra Academy? Do you want to play for the full flank and run into Maple, or do you reflood from the front and run into Wardy who's waiting for you?
You might need Scrap to get a lot of information here for you. He might swing wide, but he does swing wide, and Wardy takes him out. 10 kills now for Wardy, looking for the second. Mohawk finally getting involved. Does get his teammates trade, but Denza, look at Denza through the back. He's hitting a flank. Denza looking for the second. He's unable to find it, but it could set up a 1v2 for Maple. No, it will not. Hixie, Vikul, and Mohawk all get involved in that retake, and they will send us to a round 11.
Absolutely brilliant as far as how you set up the initial kill into your overwhelming A defense and say, let's just play retake. You know for a fact that with 4 members playing topside A, that M7 Electrify have to be a bit worried about the long flank. So everybody works together. You get the team shots on to Wardy playing over the truck, and then you just pick them apart one by one. Brilliant move coming through for Ultra Academy NA to get the retake into play. So around 11. What do you call here if you're Ultra Academy NA? Do you go back to reflood into University like you found success with last time? Or do you completely hit the brakes and see if M7 Electrify will maybe get aggressive onto you? We get our answer. All 3 members quickly, bottom floor University.
Oh, no one's slamming on the brakes here. Control looking good inside of University again. Every single time Ultra Academy have gotten control in University, they win the round.
Yeah.
But will M7 Electrify be ready for it this time around? Denza could get involved as doors are being open and shut, but in the back, Mohawk, he's getting involved in these final rounds as he takes out Wee Man. 4v3 we go. Bombs going down on B.
I don't know how you retake this. You've got no clearance over the dunes. You have to re-clear University. You have to worry about all this little scrapyard area outside of B. There's so many things that have to go right here for M7 Electrify. And there's no one even on the bomb at the moment when it comes to like really who's watching over the top, because you got Scrap who's working around the backside. Mohawk gets another, leaving it all down to 1. Denza now in a 1v1 on the backside, not going to find the win, and talk about adjustments again. 3 rounds on the bounce. Ultra Academy NA win the round 11 to tie us up at 1.
Wow, the composure here, Alan. Being able to bring that one back. I mean, also, you look at just the rounds that M7 Electrify were starting to win. They were clean rounds, maybe losing 1 player, sometimes 0 players in the round, just flawless rounds up to the point where they get to 5. And then Ultra's like, okay, I am sick of waiting for these guys to pick us apart. Let's get aggressive. We start seeing a lot of those aggressive hits at the top of B come through to push out that mid cut. And then on their offensive rounds, just rushing into University. No fear whatsoever, relying on the trades to come in. And if M7 Electrify decide to actually contest that, all of a sudden, Ultra Academy, if they lose a member or 2, they have to come to a halt. So they didn't really opt into doing that. And because of it, it gave a lot of free bomb plants over. So very well played here for Ultra Academy NA.
And I want to highlight just how important that first kill in the final round was for Mohawk. If you're going to full stack into University, but you lose your outlier player, which has been Mohawk on a lot of these offenses, you're trapped in University. You have no exit strategy besides just kind of brute forcing your way through doors and windows. So if Weeman wins that opening 1v1 outside of B, that play from Ultra Academy NA looks very different. But once you get that opening first blood, as we kind of were commentating in the middle of the round, M7 Electrify have to re-clear University, they have to retake B Dunes, and neither of those are good news when you're missing your main AR. So it really is just an unbelievable exchange for Mohawk to win that opening first blood. It wasn't the greatest search and destroy for him, but boy, did he come through when he was needed most in those last couple of rounds.
Oh, did he ever? I mean, it was what, 1-6 going into like the round number 8 or so, and then is able to find, a big 4 kills here in the last couple rounds here to make sure that Ultra Academy NA get themselves on the board. And now that's going to slow down M7 Electrify, right? We know they're coming out of the lower bracket, hot 3-0. They come out into the Tuscan Hardpoint, just start frying. But Ultra Academy able to stop them at least for a moment. As we get ready to start talking about this control here, Alan, and looking over at least the last series, if we do in fact have a Tuscan coming in for the map number 3, it could be massive, but it is going to be a Kavutu that ends up coming in, where you're again looking at some of the ARs here to be some of the big players coming in towards this map number 3.
And these last 3 maps are the same first 3 maps that we had in the winners finals.
Right.
So, when you talk about a 3-0 for Toronto Ultra NA, you look at these back 3 maps after winning the second, and you're like, hey, let's just do what we did yesterday. We know exactly how these guys want to play. Can we continue to find that same success that we had from the day prior? Especially when you talk about a Kavutu Control, where you 3-0'd Ultra Academy NA. I want to say, you had 2 offensive rounds, if I'm not mistaken. Like, M7 Electrify were really kind of, I won't say a miss when it came to their defensive setups, but it did feel like Ultra NA were finding way more ground to work with than you would normally expect. And maybe that's just due to how fast they were able to find team wipes or 3-man feeds. I don't know. This is a very difficult situation, I would say, for M7 Electrify, just knowing what we saw yesterday on these 3 maps. The only thing that I will say is that the Berlin Search, the Berlin Hardpoint were very tight maps yesterday. So I think when it comes to the immediate upcoming map, we need to see strong adjustment from M7 Electrify right here. And again, I think I'm looking at Maple first and foremost. He was the player that largely stood out to us in map number 1. He's got to be a strong flex here if M7 Electrify were to find success in the control.
Has to be. Is quite literally needed when we see the way that Scrap, finds his grooves on Kavutu Control. He is sometimes just in takeover mode, winning gunfight after gunfight, trapping you in your spawn. So you really are looking to players like Weeman and like Maple to come alive here. And I feel like Weeman also, came off the back end of an incredible series in that losers final, was leading a lot of these bigger maps when it comes down to slaying. He was not being traded very often either. So those are the 2 that you have to try to battle out against here. If you're Scrap in Mohawk, it is going to be necessary. But man, oh man, it has been a very tight affair here so far. Alan, back and forth we go between both of these squads. And you have to kind of just remind everyone, like, what's on the line. A ton of money. Of course, everyone has qualified going in towards that top 4 for the Pro-Am. But it is about the bragging rights, being one of the first teams to come back here and land and actually close out the tournament, winning it in over 2 years. We have not seen that in a long time in the Challenger scene. And if Ultra Academy come out here, win this Kavutu, it sets them up so well going in towards that Berlin and Berlin S&D.
I will say, a little fun fact, though, for maybe you and those that are out there.
Yeah, sure.
Maple has the opportunity to go back-to-back. The only player that could go back-to-back for major international events. He won it with Singularity at Minnesota during the launch weekend. And the opportunity for him to come out of the lower bracket, win 2 BO5s, he would be the only player to go back-to-back in our last 2 major international challengers events. How fun would that be?
That would be so fun. I mean, it's been so long, I honestly completely forgot about that. But yeah, Singularity when they came to North America. That's fair. But I mean, yeah, that would be incredible for Maple. Someone who, we hit on yesterday, who has just not been too involved when it came to Cold War and has finally been able to get back onto a top roster, and we are seeing why. So can he go big here? Can they maintain control through the respawns? That is really going to be the biggest question for the side of M7 Electrify. Clean start in the Tuscan, but we know Kavutu totally different beast.
Oh, let's get into it. Gosh, you give me goosebumps. A little anticipatory build. Love that out of you. Wee Man up top. Oh my, what a beam onto Scrap. First major defender for Ultra NA. Taken down, leaving Hixie in the middle of the map. And oh boy, is he completely stunned and concussed. Good help from Vehicle, though. Keeps the pressure off of the A zone for now. And more importantly, keeps Hixie alive as he goes top ship.
Hixie trying to push forward. Wardy will punish him for the play. Couple kills already for the AR is what you wanted to see, but you have to battle through Scrap, who's playing this rock-heady position, and Denza will get there to clean up the AR player. So now it's just a matter of trying to get some control around the A point here, and Mohawk's going to do a good job of shutting down some of the ARs above and on top of the boat. Wee Man also tagged up heavily here as Ultra's about to come through with a retake.
Yeah, Hixie looking to make a long flank, but honestly, it's 2 times in a row that M7 Electrify have dealt with that long play from the beach side. So if you're going to retake, it has to be from the ship, and Scrap says, okay, got you, no worries. Now he's the one putting pressure up towards the jungle path. M7 Electrify trying to work out a spawn. Maple's able to stop one defender and then turn to find Scrap. A massive pickup, 30 seconds on the clock, but M7 Electrify will have ship control as they look to make a play on day.
Maple up top, 3 in a row, had a rough start, but now getting involved. Denza also starting to find, some of this roaming potential in and around the map here. But he's only able to clean up one before Hixie gets the quick trade. 30 seconds left on the clock. M7 Electrify desperately need this final tick. Vico will get a nade in there, but this very well looks like it should be the zone. No one from Ultra really budging, but we will see Vico actually pick apart a couple of the members, and now that means that they do not get that final tick, and player 5 here, Hixie, is depleting it altogether.
The desperation play out of Wee Man, you kind of saw it. M7 Electrify thought that it was done, just like you had called. We got 2 players there off spawn. Let's just try to make some progress over towards B. All 3 members off of the respawn head over towards top ring, and now it has to be down to Wee Man to try to hold off the time a little while longer. And as he pulls the defense's focus towards B, it will be Wardy looking to finish off the final tick of progress at A, but knows he's going to be under threat. Wants to try to zone off these defensive reinforcements, but this is taking a lot of crucial time off the clock. Couple of trades come through, and that may be the final nail. Wardy taking care of Scrap, and Wee Man finalizing as he finishes off Mohawk. Adds 60 seconds. We got a 10v9.
Oh, we do, and Denza's already in the back here. Needs to try to find one. It won't happen. Scrap takes him down. So you have about a minute worth of play, as Maple is going to show us the new spot here we saw a couple weeks ago. Able to find one there onto Vikol.
Hixie.
And we'll see if he can try to turn. He can't. Hixie makes the pinch happen, and that will slow things down drastically for M7 Electrify.
Yeah, that's just a little pinch play from Hixie that completely gets missed by M7 Electrify. And he's actually still here with a couple of different weapons to play with and avoids the melee enough to get the triple. And that's a lot of time and, more importantly, 3 crucial lives off the board for M7 Electrify. Wardy working mid-map. Mohawk ready for it. Assisting was Vikol the whole way through. And oh boy, you need some clean kills right now if you're M7 Electrify, because even with Wee Man being on the point, he's got absolutely no assistance.
No assistance here, and 20 seconds left, and Hixie's on the flank again, but Wee Man to clean up 2. No lives for either team, and M7 Electrify, they'll have a slight lead. Hixie finds 0 value on the pinch, and now they're on the zone. This very well could be a comeback. Ultra's gonna have to challenge here in the next little bit.
Oh boy.
It is slowly progressing, but you said it. Denza's making his way through, and Scrap has just found 1.
2v3. 1 stun for Scrap to play with. He's worried about this pinch. But the last members are on or around the B zone. Wee Man inside of the landing ship. Maple watching the cut. And it's now just down to Mohawk, 1v3. Second tick of progress must be locked in, but Mohawk is able to tally onto Maple, who was looking to stack. Wardy's coming through as well. Wee Man's able to get the tags, but as they stack up for the third tick of progress, Wee Man, can he actually find the kill? Sure can. No regen for Mohawk. And it will be win by elimination for M7 Electrify, their opening attack.
Wow, opening attack. I mean, we already talked about it, but the fact that yesterday we had so many, close moments in a lot of these opening offensive rounds, ones that were very well winnable for M7 Electrify, but, this one was a little bit of a fumble here from Ultra. Hixie tries to hit that repinch with no respawns remaining, and because he finds 0 value, all of a sudden, you have a really good idea if you're M7 on where the remaining 3 players of Ultra were. All ARs, all posted up at the back, and they managed to slip onto the zone and stop that clock, and they get that map win, or round win rather. But here we go, round number 2. Hixie trying to get involved in and around A. A lot of Ultra members are going to be here, and they might be able to set up some early progress as Mohawk finds the first kill.
Denza slipping up top. Can only find 1. Not allowed to finesse his life as Scrap tallies the trade. And now onto the zone go Ultra Academy. 2 kills would you think would lead to an opening ticket progress, but Denza gets the job done. MP40 and nade. One more up top is Mohawk, who's caught mid-reload, and that will be the entire opening bit of progress completely quelled, shut down, and we're already under 60 seconds for Ultra Academy to get back over to A.
Denza 4 in a row, and this is where things can get scary. You got to shut him down, and Vico will answer the call. So starting to lose out on a little bit of tempo here. A lot of control around the ship, and 0 ticks of progress have come through. Might be able to work for an A hit here. Wardy up top will get tagged up by a nade, and Hixie's able to find Maple, so starting to slowly shrug off a lot of the ARs around the map. Denza trying to fly through mid, and he's able to take down Vico. 30 seconds left, and M7 Electrify, they have had incredible control here so far in defense.
Yeah, it's just these little plays through mid-map should be watched by Mohawk, and every single time you think he's going to lock something up, it's M7 Electrify who are able to kind of punish. Trades coming through, 14 seconds on the clock, and it looks like for now Ultra Academy will have a chance to at least confirm the first tick of progress, but when it comes down to how many lives are available, M7 Electrify could still set themselves up for a retake here. This A zone is anything but completed at the moment, and as they get the opening kill, here they come. All 4 members from M7 Electrify looking for the retake. Hixie holding down the hole in the wall, and he's going to take down 2. That could secure it, and it will, as Scrap finds the final kill into Wee Man. And with 4 down, Ultra Academy, they've got space to work with as they look to get over to B.
That's right, nobody is in position right now, and Vico is kind of working through this mid-push as he's able to find that first one there onto Wardy. About a minute on the clock. Ultra is on B. Scrap is finding kills. It's panic mode for M7 Electrify as they're going to have to retake.
And they've got no lives to do this. You have to be super clean from here on out. And Vico is just dominating the dockside. First tick of progress locked. 15 up against 9. Hixie on 3 trying to find the contestant around the corner, but it's Mohawk from the high ground to keep him safe. And now it's down to Wee Man. Second tick of progress on the way, but contested for a moment. And Wee Man sliding on in. Pinch being hit by Vico at the exact same moment. Win conditions galore for Ultra Academy NA, and they find the 3-man feed. Get on, stack it, give us back-to-back offensive rounds.
Oh, Vico, 5 in a row here, the difference maker at the end of this round, and we never see back-to-back offenses on a map like Kavutu to kick it off? Are you kidding me? My goodness. Just the performance in the final moments there from both teams to be able to rip apart each other, but man, there was about 13 seconds left on that clock to get into A, secure it, and that massive misplay from M7 Electrify, Allen, to make that call, to play retake, to stop them from getting the A zone, cost them everything.
Keep this in mind as well. It's back-to-back offenses, but M7 Electrify won by eliminations. So as far as tick progression is concerned, Ultra Academy have the extra tick advantage if there were to be a round 5 defense. Keep that in the back of your mind as we continue through into round number 3. Good opening eliminations for M7. They have ship control, but they're missing the middle of the map, and we know what Ultra Academy want to do. They want to get around. They want to hit you from the backside and pinch, and M7 Electrify are not going to allow them. They say, you want to play in our back line, we want to play in yours. Already making progress over towards the green building.
Very clean. So far, it feels like M7 Electrify have been really good off the rip, getting them on the point, right away, and Vico has loved hitting these flanks. He is one off of that glide. All he needs is this cleanup kill onto Wardy, and there it is. Glide is secured. That is just so much relief here if you're Ultra Academy. Even if this A zone ends up going over, you still have utility to work with. But this could be a hit here through mid. Mohawk trying to get something done as he will be able to damage out Maple. The Maple will finally end up dropping as the retake is going to be successful.
You have to know Maple, where there's like, help, help! Jumping over the tank, he sees one coming at him. He's got one mid, just somebody help me. And speaking of help, it needs to come in some form here because M7 Electrify are completely pinned up into their spawn. AR is looking down every single potential avenue, but Wee Man and Denza just completely kicked the door down. Hixie and Scrap, the last 2 defenders alive, and they're getting picked up. Denza over the top has a good look at Scrap, is able to tag him a little bit. Scrap looking to flirt with the life preserver boats, but as he gets back down, he's going to be missing off on streaks. All of a sudden, this is a 17v19 as Hixie again pushes forward. There's an opportunity here for M7 Electrify to confirm this 3rd tick and extend the map again.
Oh, Denza, he finds that pinch play, cleans up 2. So that means it's all on 1, and Scrap, he can't find any elimination. So again, the final seconds, the final moments. M7 Electrify get the extra minute of time, and Wee Man, he's already working forward on this B point, where Ultra are all going to have to try to play defensive in the back. Wardy finds the mid-cut kill, Allen. They could work for B.
Oh my god, he sees the leg too. He knows exactly where Vikul is. A couple of tags come out. Maple's looking to assist, but Vikul bunny hopping over the sides of the ship is good for one, and then tallies up the double. A heroic defensive move here from Vikul as M7 Electrify were just about ready to breach onto the B site. But we go to an 11v11 underneath a minute to play, and M7 Electrify still have some clearance required as you've got Vikul down low and more ARs watching you from afar.
That was so key. Vico could have maybe waited for that push, found a double, and slowed everything down. But now with 35 seconds, Ultra trying to actually aggressively move into ring, and they're only able to come up with one. So this could actually be another opportunity. Wardy's able to take down Vikul, which means that Wardy now realizes I have to be the man to try to rush across and slip through the mid-cut. But it does not happen. Scrap is holding on to this for dear life. Maple gets a trade, but you are low on time.
And the thing about this is Denza's waiting to make a play through mid-map. He's still on topside boat. He does find 2 eliminations, but the problem is there's nobody from the front to help this. 4v4, 11 seconds. M7 Electrify need to find a way to get on. Scrap littering the entry with multitude of utility, and then picking up the middle of the map. Toronto Ultra Academy NA looking resilient and resound on this defense this time. Finally, a defense comes through, and it's a crucial one as Ultra Academy NA go up 2-1.
I don't know how much more I can take of this right now, Alan. I mean, just when you think a team's got it locked up, you know, the final moments, boom, 18 seconds on the clock, full wipe comes in. They get the zone, and they at least can be competitive over by the B point. Again, just 2 lives playing up against 4 there in the final moments. Incredibly close with both of these squads, but it is 2-1 up. Finally, defensive round will be good here for Ultra Academy NA, and that one's going to hurt M7 Electrify if they do not have a clean defensive round here.
You got to remember, as we get on board with Vikul, he does have a glide bomb to potentially spend if they want to put this away in round 4. Vikul around the middle of the map, looking to get a trade on Denza, who has completely eluded him for a moment. Slips through, but runs right into Denza. So now as you have really kind of a sporadic spread of the map here from M7 Electrify, Toronto Ultra Academy need to be a little bit careful here. Long flank from Weeman potentially could come into play, but look how far forward Scrap has gotten. He's already pushed through Red Tower. He's trying to make a play through, and while this is happening, Ultra Academy NA have full control of the middle of the map. The problem is no one has seen Weeman, and now he's on the long flank, finishes off his meal for the first, and then gets good enough help to make sure the A zone never gets the first tick of progress.
Oh, heads up route play here from Weeman, and he's still trying to hold on to the top, but Scrap actually cleans up too. So this does still more or less save the play for Ultra Academy. Will they be able to lock in this final tick? However, Scrap is still slaying out, but there's been very little progress here so far. Finally, first tick of progress. Good in on the A zone. Hixie trying to play his life with the sub. Here comes the retake right here for the side of M7 Electrify.
Oh, this is unfortunate for Ultra Academy NA. They think there's a long flank coming. The ARs are not in a position to stop this flood coming through the middle of the map, and they get punished for it. Maple involved for a couple of kills. Re-clears off the A zone. You have to capture this. You absolutely do, because the ticks of progress right now, I believe, still will favor M7 Electrify. Wardy down low on the rocks, able to take down another 2, giving some space for Maple to breathe. Weeman there to assist. Denza deep. 8 seconds on the clock. No one's going to touch. Oh my goodness. That is a defensive masterclass from M7 Electrify, and I believe that will give them the round 5 defense after a crazy opening 2 rounds of this Kavutu control.
I think it might. It very well might. I think the good news is that Vikul didn't use his glide bomb, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
So he should still have this, meaning that you at least have another tool. But the biggest problem so far for Ultra Academy on their attacking rounds has been the start to the round. M7 Electrify have been so good at those opening gunfights, making sure that Ultra's not getting on the time right away. And as we see it, that is the case. M7 Electrify, they are on the defensive side here in round 5. You need a great opening if you're Ultra Academy here, and it starts at the 8 point.
Yeah, it's the exact same setup once again for Ultra Academy NA. But the same can be said about M7 Electrify. You can actually see Weeman's holding B. He's thinking maybe there's an opportunity for them to get a full flood. So he's not going to be a part of this initial defense of the B zone. Not a single kill has come through in the opening 30 seconds. Finally, Hixie breaks the silence. And with that, not only does he break the silence, he breaks doors as he gets deep in towards the M7 Electrify spawn. First tick of progress, starting to find progress.
Oh, stun will hit him up. But while that happens, Vico's also able to find one more. Now they're worried about where Hixie is, and he gets good timing to tag up one, and that's easy clean up there for Scrap. So now you have control not only around A, but also already inside of ring as kills are coming through. Denza is able to deal with one, but this is the start we needed to see here for Ultra Academy.
And Denza can't go. He's being contested by Mohawk at ring. But the nades do ring out. Find the easy kill. Second tick of progress locked. Maple looking to clear up the staircase and then turn his attention back towards the bottom side of the chip where it's just V-Cole, last one left alive, and try as he may, there will be no double here. So the second tick of progress is where things will stall for now. Ultra Academy NA, though, very quickly off of their respawn, looking not just to get back over to A, but there's a two-man hit over towards ring. They could try to win this war on by hitting multiple fronts at the same time.
Oh, aggressive challenge for Denza, and it might pay off because now he's able to work into the back of the spawn. So you have this control in and around circle as Hixie tries to move up and contest it, but the problem, you need that final tick at A. Ultra making the call. Want to try to work over to B, potentially. Every single member is here. Hixie tries to slide across. V-Cole picks up a massive one and Scrap as well. They are on B.
V-Cole losing that gunfight versus 40 means Scrap has to give it the position at ring to go help his teammate. You still have Denza zoning off the A zone as well. Wee Man trying to retake. Good help from the SMGs. Up top, oh, a little bit shaky for a moment, but does deal with Hixie. Underneath 30 seconds to play. When do you call this glide bomb? I mean, you might have to do it right now because Denza is still zoning you off from the jungle pathway. Mohawk takes down one, but the problem is Denza's still in your backline. Maple watching over the middle of the map. Final 14 seconds. Ultra Academy NA, what's the call? You got to find a way in. Glide bomb is able to take care of Denza. 8 seconds on the clock. Here comes the final hit. Hixie looking to touch, able to get there just in the nick of time, but no one's covering the middle of the map. Over the middle, V-Cole, nothing there. One player to stop the clock at B, as you mentioned, but you have to find the extra 60 seconds at the A site.
Oh, Scrap's got to go so big, and he's already doing it. 37 and 28 right now. But how much more can you ask from Scrappy on the B point? 2 ticks might just be locked in. And now that opens up the window over on A. Scrap is doing it all. He has just bought so much time. This gunfight needs to be won, and V-Cole finds it, goes to the pistol at range, tries to take down Denza. It does not happen. It's Maple that finds 2 and shuts down Scrap as well. Nobody can get there. And M7 Electrify, they will hold out for the map win.
If you stack with those last 2 players for Toronto Ultra Academy NA, you might finish the third tick of progress. I don't know who it was, but someone stepped off looking to zone off the middle of the map, and they just barely miss out on the third tick of progress. Oh, what a control, though. It's 37 kills for Denza and heroics for Maple at the end. I mean, heroics for so many different members. Honestly, I don't even know where to start here, partner. But regardless of it, all we really know is that it's 2-1. M7 Electrified to the lower bracket, up in the first set of bet here in the Grands.
2-1. Might have a chance to put it away here in the next map, but my goodness, the amount of just insane clutch moments we saw from both of these teams here in the Kavutu Control was absurd. We get to see Scrappy at that final round get 2 ticks of progress all by himself, winning 3 gunfights, but the exact same was happening for Denza, where he just controlled that path over on the offensive side for such a long time. It slowed down the respawners. Nobody could get here to help on the map, and for me, Alan, a lot of what happened comes back to round number 4, where M7 make sure they secure that defensive side for round 5.
Yeah, the round 4 defense, I think by far, even though it may have been the most anticlimactic round as far as the action is concerned through the 5, arguably the most important that we had seen. And initially, I really did narratively believe that the opening 2 rounds, because M7 Electrify won by kills and not progress, that may have been the difference maker in this entire map. But talk about confirming things. M7 Electrify put together a convincing defense, and it's 37 kills for Denza, 3,700 total damage. And how about the 38 and 30 for the L from Scrap? And on top of that, V-Cole had 4K damage as well. Goodness, what a tight control.
Yeah, very close. I mean, again, not often we see the first 2 offensive rounds go over back-to-back, and that was really the best way you could have ever kicked off a control with these 2 juggernauts, and that one definitely stings for Scrap. I mean, he really did make, the game-saving play potentially over by B. It's just his teammates could not capture that final tick on A, so the defense has to be credited, and a lot of that credit going over to Denza with the sub. I mean, we highlighted Maple, man, happy to be this, the big players potentially here, and they do just fine. But my goodness, with the sub, they get there, and well, the action continues, Alan. We're rolling right into the Berlin hardpoint.
Last we were here, 250 to 216. However, the majority of those final points for M7 EU came through off of just kind of Toronto NA kind of hitting the brakes a little bit. They were up massively in the first 2 rotations of Hills in the winners finals when these 2 teams had played. And the biggest key that I want us all to kind of keep an eye out for here is, again, those rotational plays. Toronto Ultra Academy NA were winning the war on two fronts in the opening Tuscan, finding initial plays that would not just be good for hills, but also spawns. But it was M7 Electrify who found a way to respond to that aggression and turn the map into their favor. Can they do it again as Ultra Academy NA have a very good start here in the first hill?
Vehicle is able to clean up one, tries to come around the back, but Maple will not be fooled. Wants to get that pistol kill from range. It also will not happen. So on the favorite side, Ultra Academy will have a lockdown hill. Not the first time we've seen this. And now it's a matter of what you can do on this rotation, but more importantly, how do you defend this rotation if you're M7 Electrify?
This is an oversight from M7 Electrify. This whole play out of the P1 was to move through train, and you could kind of see M7 Electrify were expecting that they were going to hit through fire. Not the case at all. So as far as setting up a zone around this hard point, M7 Electrify have kind of missed the mark. And with that, how about it? Toronto Ultra Academy on their first attempt, able to find a favorable kill feed. Denza, the last one left alive, and maybe he's enough, but no, not the case. Weeman, the last standing EU member, and nearly finishes off a kill on a vehicle, but it's just too many purple members inside the hard point. A convincing opening 30 seconds from Ultra NA.
Oh, is it ever? 62-7 right now, and you need to clear out the hard point. Mohawk from the side, able to get one more, but it allows Vico to come off the quick spawn, try to get on through. The stun will lock up a couple of members here, but Hixie, not interested about that scrap time, wants to make the move, and the timing here could be the difference maker, but Denza reads it, takes down Hixie, and now nobody is rotated for the side of Ultra Academy, and they are still not securing the scrap time.
Oh, no, this is a bad news bears moment here for Ultra Academy NA. You spawn all the way backside warehouses. You've got M7 Electrify already set up for P3, but someone needs to get hill time here. This is some crucial time early, especially with how convincing these kills have been. Weeman and Maple, the two ARs locking down individual lanes, and M7 Electrify, the first convincing look here on this hard point.
30 seconds is in. Looking for what could be 40 more. Ultra need to break through mid at the front of fire, and Scrap is able to deliver on not 2, but 3. 9 and 4 now for Scrap, as you have been blocking the spawns. M7 Electrify no longer in the back, but gunfights still need to be won, and Scrap says no problem. How about another? No, he goes for the melee, and that is going to cost him a potential 5 in a row, which also results to M7 Electrify locking in a full 60 and getting right back in the game.
That's not the first time we've seen Scrap do that, by the way, where he kind of just unfortunately hits the accidental melee button when he's got a pretty free
so
read.
Tight.
he's white knuckling it for sure. But it is a lead swap. M7 Electrify, a flawless hold on P3, gets him up by 5. And how about Denza? Already through the middle of the map. Ultra Academy NA are so worried about a playthrough docks, they've kind of missed the initial playthrough platform. And that's going to neutralize the time here. This is good news for M7 Electrify, even more so that they find Mohawk on the outside of the train yard. Oh my! Almost too easy, you would argue. Hixie, the last one left, was like, boys, what just happened? Has to scramble his way over to the hard point, and he gets taken down. It's going to be M7 Electrify in the hill.
Oh, Wardy long-range shots, and yeah, despite the spawns in the back, it is looking like a spawn trap right here onto Ultra Academy. A lot of the hill time now going neutral, as it's a slight lead for M7, but you could potentially move in here if you're Ultra. Get this 15 seconds. Try to give yourself a bit of an edge going into P5, but Denza still going rogue in the back, wants to push through, able to come up with one. Stuns coming through, just delaying this rotation considerably, as Vico finally gets himself a kill and tries to push forward, but Wardy already watching.
Look, the winner of that hard point is the game clock, but honestly speaking, as far as who accrued the most amount of time, M7 Electrify do actually get about 10 to 15 seconds on the hill, whereas Ultra Academy NA got maybe 3. That is a successful play from the front of the train yard from M7 Electrify. So as the tides start to turn a touch towards the Europeans, it's Ultra Academy NA who do have a favorable look over this 5th hard point, but somehow, once again, they've missed Weeman.
Wow.
Good pickup from Hixie. Able to at least get the trade, but again, this is just not as convincing as you would assume from Ultra Academy NA over the middle of the map, and now Wardy and Maple both are trying to get through as they look to flip the hard point and the spawns.
Couple kills coming through here for Ultra, but again, a lot of game clock here.
There it is.
And now finally making a move onto the hard point for 15 seconds. Hixie drops down low, takes out Weeman, but Denza on the hard point. Oh, he finds the double. And 10 seconds up for grabs. That's not even what you're interested in. You're interested in the rotation, and Wardy is here. Big gunfights to come through. Clicks on 2 heads, looks for the 3rd. Aggression from Wardy, stunned up, does not matter. It comes by way of his own teammate to finally take him out. But now over 100 points will be M7 as Toronto Ultra, they're again spawn trapped here in the back.
Yeah, this is at least somewhat decent news, though, for Ultra Academy when it comes to trying to re-break into this hard point. You've dealt with the pinch, you've dealt with the forward members, but you need to get kills inside the hill. And as Vikal is kind of playing for rotation already, he's got to come quickly on this pinch. You can already see him, number 8 in purple. He's looking around behind him. He thinks there's someone around him. Everyone's still focused on the front here. If you're M7 Electrified, this has been way too much time given away for free. And now finally, as Toronto Ultra Academy look to break into the hard point, you've got M7 members that are not just playing for the front, but they also are playing on the back. It's Denza once again, creating some artificial pressure that Ultra Academy NA are going to feel very uncomfortable with.
And this is looking very similar to what we saw on the map number 1, where Ultra come out absolutely firing, and they're just unable to make these adjustments on the fly. And look at this. I mean, they even lose out on the remaining, 5, 6, 7 seconds here on that old point. Now they're going to have to start the rotation through fire, through the docks. Man looking to cut them down, as they'll already lose the first one, and it's Denza inside the hard point, getting them more and more time.
And this is an easy read for M7 Electrify. You know exactly where this hit is going to be coming from because Maple wins that 1v1 for scrap time. But can you win the gunfights inside the hill? That's the question. And immediately we get our answer once again. Denza and Wardy making sure things stay locked. Mohawk, next one forward. No chance against Denza with a sub. So Vikal in a 3v4 break attempt has to open up some space, and no, nothing there. What a hold for M7 Electrify. This is the first big significant lead we've seen from either squad, and it comes at a key time for the Europeans.
I mean, it just Ultra cannot break. They can't break right now. Scrap has even got a sub in hand to try to get maybe a little bit more pressure around the hard point, because time has just not been a factor for Ultra Academy. And now rotation is also a problem. So it just feels like, Alan, they've been a step behind over the last little bit here in the second rotation. And because of it, M7 Electrify, they can even look for another full 60 potentially. They have the zoning and they have the setup.
And the thing about the way that the trend of this game has gone here in the last couple of hard points, it makes it feel abundantly egregious that Ultra Academy and 8 need to get hard point time. So they're 4-man focusing on hitting for scrap, where M7 Electrify are happy being at 170 points. They say, yeah, we'll send 1 or 2 players of finesse, and then everyone else will just go secure spawns for new. And these little 40-20 exchanges on the hard point will allow M7 Electrify just to cruise control their way to a win. So something has to change here for Ultra Academy and 8, and maybe right now. Spawns will flip. Good kills around the backside, but can you deal with Wardy from the front? Very patient. He's waiting for a bit of help, but unfortunately, as he tries to work the outside lane, it's Scrap who tallies the kill, and the break is confirmed for Ultra NA.
Oh, that was so needed, and it might not even be secured, actually. One last push for Denza and Maple. Hixie finds one, trying to finesse his life, and a nice bunny hop comes through for 2, but it's Wardy who one-ups Hixie and takes down 3. And now look at the spawns.
No.
This hill is still active, and Wardy is keeping them pinned at the back of the map. You have to soar across so much land to get even close to this hard point, and M7 Electrify, they can run away with it here.
Yep, and this is where Weeman and Maple are going to tee off on you. They're playing cheeky corners, waiting to just execute on some trigger discipline. Oh boy, not looking good for Toronto Ultra Academy NA. Might have to be a second best of 5 if things continue the way they are. 2-13-1-23. Domination pretty much from this entire rotation for M7 Electrify. And oh boy, desperation has set in. Solo challs galore out of Ultra Academy NA. Composure possibly being lost, but it does turn into eventually a 3-man feed. Could lead to a full break, but Maple still shoots back against Hixie, leaving things a bit questionable on the scrap time here at 4.
All right, this is still doable, but you need to keep them off of the point going in towards the next hard point. And Vikal needs to lock down train station, and it's looking solid so far. Vikal is on 3 in a row, keeping them off the time. Not a whole lot of time coming through whatsoever for M7 Electrify, but here they go on their push, trying to break through. Mohawk needs to hold the line, and Weeman gets there, finds the kill. They are soaking up a little bit of this time to begin with, but here comes the flurry of players of M7 breaking back through, right back on the time.
The discipline of the ARs from M7 Electrify has just been so much more significantly better than that of Ultra Academy NA. Mohawk at 16 and 24 continues to find himself in bad positions, and you put yourself in a bad spot. Not only are you putting yourself in a weird AR gunfight, but it leaves the door open for players like Denza and Wardy to feast on you, and that's exactly what's unfolding. Denza, 3 in a row. More around the corner, but not going to get a chance, nor is it needed. It's 250 to a convincing tally of 142, and it's going to be a second best of 5 as M7 Electrify reset the bracket of the Grands.
Second best of 5, Alan. I mean, we wouldn't have it any other way. And M7 Electrify are obviously on that train too, as they come through, look very clean, 3-1 victory. And I mean, we could just see they were just bringing something a little different there in that losers final, and they have clearly carried that over to this series as well, where their hard points, I mean, I'm a little scared right now for Ultra Academy because they are struggling to win rotation, struggling to break setups. M7, on the other hand, they are doing it with ease, finding just such a comfortable play style, it feels like, on the map for players like Denza, who is just running around rogue, putting up a minute 49 in the hill while getting 28 kills here, and everyone else doing their job as well. Big shout out to Wardy with 30 and 22. Yeah. But man, oh man, it has been such a new look when it comes down to the respawns here for this squad.
And the thing about it, it really does come to the fact that, and I hate to harp on one player, but this is the most evident portion of it. 17 and 25 for Mohawk, he was either playing way too slow, where he wasn't getting involved for breaks when he needed to, or when he was the last one standing because he was playing too slow, he was trying to force himself forward when there's no help around. He was putting himself in really poor positions where the ARs of M7 Electrify were either keeping him at very significant range, or the SMGs were able to walk up in front of him, shake hands, and immediately deny him. So really good control as far as making sure that there was good ground to work with, and that the ARs were always providing support for the SMGs for M7 Electrify. 3-1 the tally as you see it there in the grand final. But it is a reset for a second best of 5. And boy, what a story it would be for Maple to go back-to-back. I'm still kind of riding off of that story.
Yeah.
That is really unbelievable. After a 2.5-year period, bro, that's nuts.
No, it would be insane if he's able to do it. Come out here, win back-to-back. I feel like then all of a sudden everyone is going to be gassing up Maple, where, again, we just have not seen him as of late. But Vanguard, he's turned it around. He's looked much better, and he's already had some key performances that have led to some of the wins here for M7 Electrify. It's in the cards, Alan. We're going to the second best of 5. I cannot wait.
Well, we're going to have to wait a little bit there, partner. We're going to send things to a quick break while the players go through the next set of vetoes. A lot of questions, I imagine, looming in the heads of Ultra Academy NA as far as where they want to play in the second best of 5. We'll find out when we come back after the break. Well, I don't think we were ever going to get it any other way. It's been a long time since we've had all these international teams at one event, so naturally we extend the grand finals to a second best of 5. 3-1, the map count in favor of M7 Electrify. The boys from Europe looking really good in both the respawns overall. We've got a new set of maps, though, Visions, and I think this is accordingly the case, because for Toronto Ultra Academy NA, really there wasn't a lot of respawn moments that we could look at and say, ooh, okay, you could go back there and do better next time.
That's right. It was only good starts. It was like, oh, they're ahead by a full hard point. Or this is surely something they can build off of. And then boom, M7 Electrify, slam the door in their face, take control, start making a lot of those changes that we always talk about. And because of it, they're able to really just steal away multiple hard points, chaining so many hills together. So going in towards the second best of 5, you're obviously warm here if you're Toronto Ultra. You've made some adjustments coming in, but you have to make sure you're coming out here and matching them the entire way through. You can't just have a good start. You can't just have a good comeback near the end, Alan. We got to see it consistently if you're going to take this squad down on the day.
Absolutely the case. Well, because the map set, we'll get another Tuscan Hardpoint to kick things off. Really, the only thing super different about this series is the order of the search and destroys, and then instead of playing Kavutu Control, we're playing Tuscan Control. So everything else is largely the same. Though I will say, when it comes to trying to get the Berlin search and destroy in there earlier, both teams are going to be okay with that. Obviously, it was going to be map 5 in our first best of 5. Both teams throughout the weekend have showcased some really good search and destroy play on that map in particular. So, I don't know. I think you're hitting on the nail when it comes down to, for Ultra Academy NA, you've had solid starts on all these hard points.
Absolutely.
But can you take it over the finish line? Because the first time that we saw this map between these two teams, it was a 250 to 179. M7 Electrify taking over in the second set of rotations to grow an insurmountable lead.
Incredible lead, and we saw Maple be one of the big difference makers coming into this map in that last best of 5. Can he come in and do it again? If so, you have to imagine M7 Electrify will be right back on track. Very well could take this second best of 5 as well. See if they're going to be able to do it, man. It is do or die, both of these teams, and well, here we go right into it on the Tuscan Hardpoint.
Opening first blood for Denza allows an opportunity for M7 Electrify to get onto the hard point. And how about Wardy with an AR in hand here to start things off, looking for that long-range battle. And it's worked out pretty darn nicely, but Scrap has other designs in mind. Double for him forces Denza to give up the middle of the map in order to play for the hard point itself. And as he tries to alleviate what has been a really good start once again for Ultra Academy NA, he will be unsuccessful. Second hard point opens. It was M7 who was here first, but Ultra Academy with some really good positioning over towards Church. They look to break early.
Yeah, and this needs to be clean. Need to see them find this kind of a break here, open up the point, see if they can actually start accumulating time. Mohawk finds 1. Pixie from the mid-alley is able to come up with 1, and Mohawk helps him with 2. That's the break in the hard point, but it's still not completely safe. Weeman could come through and make a play, but how about Scrap? Already off to a nice start, and he adds another one, 7-4, as Ultra Academy find the break.
And this is bad news now all of a sudden for M7 Electrify. You are going to feel very trapped in this backside spawn. Hixie reinforcing that by playing in the backside of the column itself. Sneaks around, finds a kill, and then right back into the hill. Good help from above as Vehicle is able to assist, and that's going to result in full scrap time for Ultra Academy NA. Now the question becomes, how do you set up for this break? Because M7 Electrify have a really good solid forward zone onto this hill, setting an aggressive line of scrimmage. It's down to can you win these opening gunfights cleanly, and not a great start as Vehicle will drop Hixie also tagged up. Weeman dominating topside fire.
Yeah, gonna have to slow down here a little bit. No one interested in trying to hit the spawns. They want to brute force through the front and keep M7 spawned in the back. But can they set up the trap? First kill there for Scrap. Hixie and Mohawk all winning their one-on-ones. This is the change we needed to see. Everyone wins their battles, and Ultra will be able to get some control here at P3.
Yeah, you called it absolutely beautifully there, Visions. It's just a simple fact of wait. We lose that one player mid-map. We do not want to hit this with just 3 members. Let's make sure we set up what we're supposed to do in the first place, which is convincing 4-man hits. And oh boy, is it convincing. 70, 41, clean kills coming through. Mohawk having a spree here on the third hard point as he's on 4 in a row. Looking to rotate in transition, but as he does, he runs into the waiting arms of Weeman, who shuts down the potential streak, but is not able to change what's going on to the hard point. It's full scrap time for Ultra Academy NA. Another super good start through the first 3 hills.
Oh, Scrap, 5 in a row. Can't turn there for Denza. And he was the only one rotated, but at least he's able to get here. So better rotations coming in. Now it's time for a break. 50 points. Here for M7 Electrify. This could be that big Churchill that they needed in order to get back in the game, but Hixie, again, able to come through and find one. Scrap takes out a teammate, but he is able to recover as he takes out another, and Hixie finds the double up. Ultra Academy, they are coming a little different here so far on the Tuscan.
And one of the things we said a lot throughout yesterday here, Austin, Maple can sometimes be prone to slow starts. We're seeing it again, 2-11, but this time there is no significant pressure out of Denza, who's just 6-11. So when it comes down to kind of taking out the big X factors of M7 Electrify, Ultra Academy are doing a phenomenal job of it. The fight for scrap time, convincing once again. Toronto Ultra Academy go for essentially another full team wipe. Maple try as he may, looking to contest is denied. And as Denza once again looks to finesse, this is going to get punished. And this is bad news on a multitude of fronts here for M7 Electrify. Not only do you miss the scrap time, you're spawning old, and you've got Ultra Academy not just in the new hardpoint, they've got good rooftop control. This is a good transition for Ultra NA.
Yeah, Weeman's the only one at the back of rooftops to be able to hold on and see if he can lock his team in the close spawns. It doesn't happen, and now Ultra, they're right here to respond to M7 Electrify. Denza with the nade is able to clean up one. Weeman as well delivers, and that will be at least a bit of a cleanup around the hard point, but Weeman's not done there. He wants to soar out through the front, cutting down all the members who just seem to keep being naded right off spawn. But Hixie now in at the front of P5. Can they break? They just cannot deal with the nades, it seems.
Yeah, good counter nades coming out for M7 Electrify. Low on numbers. You trust that your utility will give you enough time and space to get reinforcements here, and they're all now packed inside this tiny command center. Even exchange. Pinstripe goes to kill feed. Denza clearing out space, though, from the rooftops. Only one to track down his scrap. No one's seen him yet. And as he makes the play for old Wade, he's got a 1v1 for scrap time in the backside, but as he falls, the attention stays with P1 as we rotate into what is essentially a dead even game. Brilliant bounce back from Maple as well, who's now 8-14. We told you he's prone to slow starts. He was 2-11, but a big final couple of hills as M7 Electrify bring this to level terms.
Still very contested here. Back and forth. Wardy can't get anything, and Hixie has cleaned up the middle of the map, which is really going to narrow in on your next push here. If you're M7 Electrify, it's going to have to come by way of either church or through the back of grass. And Hixie is still going rogue, as he's now on 3 in a row off screen. And Wardy's going to be able to clean him up. So that's the first one. But can you break in and find these kills in and around the point? Denza there for one, but Wardy needs to get in here now and win these battles.
Able to touch to contest, but you can see he's very worried about what's being played up towards church fields. And of course, he doesn't know where the members are on the hardpoint itself. So it was a bit disjointed, honestly, for M7 Electrify. And for Toronto Ultra Academy, I think that's just kind of credit where credit is due. You're playing a bit more proactive here through this first hardpoint, looking to take away space, almost forcing the issue, if you will. And that results in what is a beautiful opening hardpoint. What was essentially a near even game now turns into a 60-point gap favoring Ultra Academy NA. But M7 Electrify look to respond. A good setup here around column to start.
Stun comes through on Wardy. Will shut down the spree. Scrap now working for the back. The rest of Ultra breaking, surging on forward through the front. But Maple needs to hold the line. And he's able to deal with just one as Denza comes in with the reinforcements as well. Taking out Mohawk. This has been at least a solid hold so far. They defend the first push. Now we'll see if they can defend the second.
It's not just defending the first push. Weeman's 1v1 in the back also makes sure that spawns stay good for M7 Electrify, which allowed them a chance to fight back and now put together not just a convincing hold for scrap time, but they're actually going to flip the spawns around at the exact right moment. Oh boy, Austin, it's happening again. You've got a full rotation coming through here. M7 Electrify already playing over towards the third hill, and Ultra Academy are still focused on scrap time. They're going to be late to this rotation.
Scrap has a 1v1 to win. I think he's just going to wait. He doesn't know where everyone is set up right now for M7. And Wardy, you can see it right through the middle of the map here, trying to see if he can cut down some more. Weeman's locking down P5, and no one has been able to slip on through. But Scrap has played patiently. Will the patience pay off? Oh, it does not! Maple finds the win up close. And now you get this spread out here, kind of zone from the front, as it's Ultra that need to find another big break, and Hixie can't find the kill.
This is not the same patience that we saw last time they were here, but they do still have some room to work with. But this push is coming in pieces in a way. There are still some members for M7 Electrify, including Wardy on the pitch. He's got one from the front, knows he's got players all around him, turns to find a one member sitting in the fire alley, but cannot be good for the elimination. So there is a bit of a breakup of the monotony onto this hard point for Ultra NA. Denza looking to change that. He continues to finesse his life, looking for scrap time, but this time it does look like it's largely going to be shut down. Ultra Academy NA will lock into scrap time and maintain their very marginal lead.
All right. A lot of back and forth there on the P3 hill, but Ultra really getting the best of it. And now they're going to be up by about half of a hard point. But can they be just as flawless as they were last time around the Churchill? finding multiple angles to break on through, and Mohawk already off to a good start. Hixie from up top is there to assist his teammates. Hixie finding 2 at the top of Church. And now you have a little bit of control. Ultra are inside of the hard point, and they are well over 200 points.
I was about to say, this is where Hixie could be the most dangerous, though. You've got spawns, you've got the hill, Hixie's forward, he could go rogue, but a good shutdown coming through. M7 Electrified now hitting largely just from the side door, and it's down to 1. Morty not able to pick up scrap from the top side of Church. And the first moment now in a while for Ultra Academy NA. 20 seconds still to fight for. M7 Electrify cannot give this up, so it's another 4-man hit to try to break up this last scrap. It's down to Denza, shut down. Now it's down to 1. Reman from the top ropes, also put aside, and Ultra Academy NA will get the majority of the scrap time and a free rotation to P5 to win the opening map.
How about this duo of Mohawk and Scrappy? They have played together for such a long time when you go back to the S&D scene, and they are coming alive here in the map number 1. But you have to still put it away. You have a massive lead. Just need to win these gunfights in Ultra Academy. They could do it right here on P5.
Looking good for it. Last potential hit out of M7 Electrify. All of it's coming from the front door. Nade's being cooked, but you've got to find a way in. And Mohawk counters with one of his own. All the adjustments. Brilliant from Ultra Academy NA. So much more patient, so much more fluid, and it results in the first convincing hardpoint win from the North Americans.
And how needed was that here from Ultra Academy? You come out here and M7 Electrify just slap you around in the respawns like they were doing in the last best of 5. All of a sudden, all your morale really starts to slowly slip out of you. But they come out here firing, not only having the good start, but carrying that good start into the mid and late game. And that's what we were missing throughout just about every single respawn there in the last series. So phenomenally done. Mohawk also got really involved. And guess what? We weren't seeing those same multi-kills coming through for Wardy and Denza that we had there in that first map. And that is also a massive difference maker here.
And I think the biggest thing about it, we saw that on the first P3 break right here. You wait. You stay patient. Don't force yourself into situations where you're playing into a 2v4, 3v4. Wait until all 4 members are there. There's no need to rush plays like that when you've got a good look at a setup for a break. So it's that little mental change for Toronto Ultra Academy NA. Don't do anything different when we're looking to play for a rotation. Don't do anything different when we're looking to set up a hold. But when we're looking to break these hard points, take an extra breath. Wait for us to have all 4 members. Let's get all of our nades out of our pockets, soften up the hold, and then find a way to full flood. And it worked so much better that time around. Incredible game from both Mohawk, Hixie, and also Scrap, as you had mentioned. Nearly all of them at 30 kills, but all 4 members
the time
for Ultra Academy had minute plus for the hill time, which is so key.
And this is something that, I've noticed before, watching over their series, is that all of them are really good at spreading out the hill time. They all understand, their role in the moment, and they really obviously just came to life here as they were actually finding the kills while separating, a lot of this hill time amongst each other. So beautifully done. And again, just the map that you really needed, just having a strong performance in the second best of 5 after losing 3-1 and just not really being competitive in the respawns is so good for the mental here. So that is the first map down, but obviously still lots to go as we'll go back into a Berlin search and destroy. This is something we've seen a ton here from really both of these squads, but definitely M7 Electrify. They've been playing this in almost just about every single best of 5.
There are 2 things that I really want to make sure that we're looking out for, not just you and I, but everyone watching at home. For M7 Electrify, their defense has always been a 2-2 split. Maple sniping over this BL you see with the trucks, and then it'd be Denza trying to play on this dockside hit. On the opposite side, Wardy will usually attempt to play inside of A with the AR watching over the top side of him. If we see that exact same setup again, I do not want to see them change it until they get beat. Because if we remember back to the winners finals, they started to make these weird adjustments to a perfect setup, and it allowed Ultra Academy some advantages. And goodness, Wee-Man bouncing back nearly gives Scrap a first blood. And here is that same 2-2 setup. This time, it's Wardy playing a bit more passively outside the site.
A lot of shots coming through the outside of A, and that means that player 6, Maple's going to rotate over, and with the position that he has, it has to be a sniper, I imagine, but Hixie does get picked off, and that means that you're going to have to try to respond, and Scrap says, no problem, I got your trade, teammate. Takes down Wee-Man. 3 versus 3, 50 seconds left on the clock, and Vikal with the bomb is making a risky play.
Oh, and it nearly pans out, but now that you've missed that elimination, you have to be careful. Can you actually flood this player through? You don't want to get too over-aggressive on this red dot chase. Wardy now at full HP guaranteed. Well, until Mohawk puts a couple of shots into his head. But with 33 seconds on the clock, they don't know where Denza is. That's the thing. You know Denza plays B, so you have to be worried about your flank. But this time around, Denza's actually playing to the middle of the map. So you have to commit to the front. You have to go quickly.
Mohawk does find one. That loosens up a bit of the defense, but in from behind, Mohawk is ready, but has he seen him? Has he seen him? Oh, he turns, and Scrappy must have gave the call out. The extra shots keep Mo alive. 13 seconds left on the clock. It's a 1v3, and Scrap, he cleans up both with the pistol. I think he finds 3 in that round.
Yep, sure does. It's the snipe and then 2 pistols for Scrap. And perfect timing here. Again, you can kind of see the lesson learned from yesterday. If you're Ultra Academy trying to hit through that A site, you have to be curious of where is Denza coming from. Is he going to reinforce from the front, or is he going to hit the flank? And they nearly run out of time to actually execute onto the A site. But the opening first blood traded back and forth gives Ultra Academy a longer look at that A spot. So now for M7 Electrify, what do you have queued up for your opening offense? Weeman looking for the cross, is jumping on the barrels of the AR. He may have seen 1. I don't know if he's seen 2. And as it's going to be Mohawk and Vehicle defending the A site, they're going to have a quick rotation from Hixie as well. Ultra Academy do not want to let this bomb get down.
Yeah, and the bomb doesn't go down, Scrappy. That's okay. You take out 1, but you'll also find Mo with the collateral. But it still equals good numbers, and Ultra are there to clean up that remaining kill. Oh my goodness, Alan. Ultra Academy NA. They are coming out here. They are taking over. They are not scared to force gunfights. In that retake with that aggression right there displays it perfectly.
This team learns amazingly quickly. One of the things that for M7 Electrify they always do if they hit B is they throw at least 3 or 4 nades to dockside behind the B site. So as soon as Hixie reads that none of those nades are thrown, he quick rotates through the middle of the map, and he's the player that hits that quick pinch bottom side train station. Brilliant read, great adjustments from Ultra Academy NA. This time for M7 Electrify, different setup. It's going to be Weeman on the site this time with Wardy, and it's good for first blood as they take down Mohawk at range.
Mohawk and Hixie, and now this round, well, becomes pretty difficult without Vehicle finding a big successful play on his own, and he can't do it. So all up to 1. Scrappy might actually just look at playing his life, and, well, he might certainly do that now. He is 5-0, 2 off of the glide bomb. Still 3 players to try and cut through here. See if he can try to snap onto Denza on the tank. Oh my god, he hits his head, but the push is coming in. He'll be flooded out, and that will be the first round here for M7 Electrify.
This chess game around A is going to have me geeking out all map long, Austin. Again, the little nuances to what is M7 Electrify going to do to diversify the look without changing everything. And that time, it's Wardy down low at pillars, Weeman over the bomb, both players looking for initial point of contact, both finding it successfully for opening first bloods. Brilliant little changes. So what do you do now if you're M7 Electrify? Again, one of the keys to their offense is they usually will always throw nades over the top of this building at Mail to at least establish that there could be a threat towards B. This time, they're going to look to do the exact same thing. There's those nades, but look at the quick backup. They're not just playing for Mail here. This could be a free wrap to A, and already Mohawk is rotating back defensively. Mind games established for M7 Electrify.
Big responsibility here for Vehicle, trying to see if he can potentially come up with 1 if we see Denza break into that site. But who can win this initial battle here? Denza about to start to do a little peeking. And Vehicle just got to hold his life. He's got assistance here from the back as well around P3. But will they be able to get here in time if we see them flood on through? Now more and more members here for M7 Electrify starting to get close, but it's Hixie that finds that first blood.
All the mind games get completely countered. Hixie just goes to dry check B, and he gets to see no one is here, and he pushes through to watch Mailroom. Hello.
Oh.
A little bit of knee surgery being done on the Denza. Hixie on the flank, able to finish off the kill. Trade is there, but it doesn't make a difference because Vehicle's there to pick up the pieces. Last one left is Weeman. And it's just this too slow from M7 Electrify. You established the mind games that you wanted, but they got scared off of hitting the A site, and Ultra Academy punished by rereading the B site with Hixie's play forward. Really good stuff from Ultra Academy NA from start to finish so far in this surge.
I mean, it really is, and, you know, a lot of credit here to the members defending the A site. Vehicle doesn't find the kill right away, but he's able to play his life long enough to keep them shrugged off of that bomb plant. If that bomb goes down, all of a sudden we have a different round here, and it doesn't really feel like M7 Electrify are doing a whole lot of clearing once they get inside of these sites, and the majority of it, of course, has been at A. You have to commit, you have to bait and switch, and you have to clear things out. It's very unlikely you're going to be able to get a silent plant down, but here we go. Ultra Academy NA up 3-1. Scrap has been on fire with this scope, and nothing is changing for the Ultra playbook. Right back over to A they go.
But it has changed for M7 Electrify. They're playing for an A retake here. Get someone forward over towards B, and then try to hit through mid-map. They're going to give up this plant completely, looking to contest just by nades. And as Scrap finds 1 kill at range, that's Maple who drops. It is a nade to respond. Big 1v1 through the side doors of office. That's the bomb carrier vehicle. Mohawk, what happened? Takes himself out with a nade. And now all of a sudden, Scrap with a pistol and a sniper rifle has to hold his ground. Able to find one. Reads more. Pistol in hand. He's letting Vehicle rotate back over to B. Scrap is continuing to make noise. And he finds the corner. Off the reload. Chambers another, but cannot find an angle to get a kill. But it doesn't make a difference. Vehicle's gotten all the way over to B, and Scrap has done his job.
He's finessing. Alan, Scrap is finessing. They have no idea where he went. They are still looking for him on the bottom of the minimap there. They're like, where did this guy go? And now he's going to back all the way up with the scope. Watch this cross. And, well, Vehicle does lose this battle. So a little bit more pressure on Scrap to try to clutch up the 1v2, and he is far from the bomb.
It's not planted for him. He tosses the nade to watch the cross. Shot misses. Diffuses on the way in. And the kill from Denza confirms it. Oh, it's just... I'm geeking out here, Austin. This is so good from both sides. Ultra Academy do everything you could possibly want in that situation outside of the self-nade from Mohawk. Scrap picks up the area beautifully. Allows a free rotation from Vehicle to get the B. But Scrap not able to help out as he tries to play from the Crane side. We have a 3-2 affair, and goodness, this search is nuts.
Oh, it is nuts. It is extremely entertaining. Both playing this constant chess game and winning out in that 2v2 really just did wonders for M7 Electrify. 3-2 now the score. And well, it looks like aggression might be the name of the game here in round number 6. But can they win the opening engagement? Scrap is already here on the pinch. He's got so much information. He's breaking down doors. He snaps on 2. Scrap looking for the 3rd as Wardy needs to quickly scatter away with his life, but the stun locks him up. He's got nowhere to go. He is trapped, and Scrap on the pinch takes down 3 members.
It's the same problem from M7 Electrify. Toronto Ultra Academy are saying, if you're not going to throw nades at us at B, we're going to run through it. You have to set somebody up the next offense for M7 Electrify to watch deep in warehouse for that push through the B site. It's been too overly focused to just flooding into A, and their little passive, pensive setup, conservatively positioned inside the train yard, is not enough to stop Ultra Academy from executing on this flank. But as we transition back over once again, the same 2-2 split. But it's an opening first blood from Scrap. That's on to Weeman, who is looking to play aggressive onto A. And Scrap takes down more. Nobody can stop him. 3rd player over the middle of the map nearly offers himself up. But as Maple finds the trade, it's now a 2v3 retake required.
Scrap has 12 kills right now. And Maple and Denza, the 2 underperforming players right now here on the team, need to try to make a miracle happen. To make sure this is not on map point. Denza doing a little searching. Should be able to find 1. He takes down Vehicle, and there is no trade that comes through. So we'll drop it to the 2 versus 2 with 25 seconds left. Denza reads the 2nd, but Mohawk will win the gunfight. And now it's all to Maple in a 1v2.
Oh, he sees 1, but Hixie's happy to be tickled in this situation, knowing that he can just play the time. Mohawk down the corner, Maple able to win the gunfight. Does he go immediately for the stick? No, he's not. He's trying to hold it. Hixie, patience. Coming back around the back. No more time for the defuse. Even though Maple wins it with a pistol, it'll be Ultra Academy NA on map point 5-2.
Oh, man. Scrappy is final right now. That's all I gotta say. He is final. 12 kills. I mean, this is his game mode. This is where he has played the most, and it is showing. It is shining. Here in this map number 2, where Ultra Academy NA have turned it around, they have the opportunity to go 2-0 up. Just need 1 more to put it away.
And this is what I need to see. Maple with an automaton watching for this B push through. If you're going to play passive for an eventual A hit, you have to keep this easy push through responsible, and wouldn't you know it, it's first blood. Why this didn't happen a couple of rounds ago was all but beyond me, and wouldn't you know it, it's not just 1 kill, Austin, it's 2. Brilliant adjustments, and now you should know that the B side is wide open. Ultra Academy realizing their vulnerability, look to make a quick play and respond, but Vehicle can only do so much. It's down to Mohawk for a 1v3. This bomb will get planted at B.
And Mo actually has to be very careful about giving this kill over to Maple, who's on 5 in a row now. A glide bomb could be brought into the conversation as they now know exactly where his location is. A pretty tough 1v3. Not sure if Mohawk will even try to attempt it or if he'll take a little jump off the map here. But he's playing like he wants to try to go for some kills. So we'll see what Mohawk's going to be able to do, as he has been able to slip through the docks. And that's one, at least on Denza. But still, making sure this kill doesn't go over to Maple is the biggest key.
Oh, a little double bouncer right into your right pocket. That'll be good for the round for M7 Electrify. But again, that change, just having Maple stay passive. He's not doing anything as far as that initial hit towards A is concerned in those last offenses. Let him watch the flank. Sit on top of the rafters. Make sure nobody pushes through B. It should have been done a long time ago. For a team that's been so good at Berlin Search, it's baffling to see them take that long to make the adjustment. But now that the adjustment's been made, you start to turn your neck back over to Ultra Academy NA to say, okay, what else do you have up your sleeve? Because honestly speaking, this hit towards A has found some levels of success, but this is a different look. Opening nades defensively should suggest that M7 Electrify are looking to get aggressive through B. It's going to be Scrap who's watching this long play off the flank while the rest of his teammates look towards A.
Yeah, a scary player to try to break on through. Mohawk finds Weeban again. First blood is good for Ultra Academy, and Wardy trying to see if he can trade one back before he has to exit, but the nade is well placed, and it sets up an easy cleanup as now Ultra, they're slowly picking apart M7 Electrify.
Yeah, this is just freedom here for Ultra Academy NA to watch over the flank with just one member. Everyone else can focus on the front. Denza. Wait a second. Down to a 1v3. This would be a full ace 1v4. Not a lot of time to make this play happen. He's got to go quickly. Couple of shots coming out. Checks his next corner, and that's where the action will stop. Ultra Academy NA dominating the chess game. It's 6-3, and the North Americans one map away from being the first International Challengers champions in a long time.
Long time here on LAN, and I'm not gonna lie, did not think Ultra Academy was going to respond in this way with utter dominance at times. A lot of it, of course, credited to Scrappy when you talk about the search and destroys. I mean, it makes you play different on the map, Alan. We talk about this all the time with a sniper in your hands. When it starts finding picks, all of a sudden, you're a lot less likely to go for those shoulder peaks. You're a lot less likely to go searching for information because he's just picking you apart up close, long range. It does not matter. And I mean, it all starts with that first round here, and it really does feel like a Scrap highlight reel so far.
Oh, absolutely. It's the thing, too, is Scrap is an unbelievable individual talent in Search, where he has had games like this where it's just no one can stop him. I mean, I thought for a second that full transfer, 25 bolts, by the way, on the automaton, nearly still one clips a three-piece. It just, that play right there for Maple, why does that not happen initially? I mean, this is the first time we've seen Maple largely not rely on the scope in any form, but the fact that you've got Maple and Weeman a part of that A execute on the offensive side for M7 Electrify is just a miscue. And I don't know if there was just something that they thought was shown from Ultra Academy NA from yesterday, but Hixie had so much free space to where he was clearing out 60% of the map by himself that it allows somebody like Scrap to feel comfortable watching one angle. And when you give Scrap that comfortability, he will continue to do stuff like that. And even with the 1,200 damage, just behind him is Vico, who goes 7-5. An impressive search for both of them.
Yeah, a lot of assists here from Vico. He's tagging up a lot of members and making it easy for cleanups to come in. So very well done. Across the board, we're seeing better progression here throughout the search and destroys, throughout the hard points. Things are getting better over time, not worse, like the last best of 5. So very clean. What we needed to see in Ultra Academy, they're showing us why they have got through so many teams in this upper bracket. They just needed a little warm-up, Al. They just had to get through that first best of 5, wake them up a little bit. I feel like that's got to be it, right? I mean, they have just absolutely awoken here in the second.
Yeah, that's very true. My. What a battle this has been, though, between really our top three teams, honestly speaking.
Yeah.
But now we get our first unique map in this second best of 5 compared not just to the first, but also to the first team, the first time these two teams had met in the winners finals, Tuscan Control. I haven't seen a lot of Ultra Academy NA play this map so far. But the thing about it is, you look back to what this team was able to do during the second season of Challengers League. They played here a lot, but they didn't find a lot of success on it. So I'm not trying to flirt with the reverse sweep narrative necessarily, but if there were to be a map for M7 to turn this series around, I think you're happy about the prospects of going to this map right here where you just previously had beaten Ultra Academy EU on.
Yeah, it's actually a really good point, because I even remember at the beginning of the game when we, had the previous North American Challenger champions from Cold War, playing into the beginning of this game. It felt like they also, had originally struggled, with trying to put that one together. And that, of course, was with Mohawk. And, we haven't really seen that same kind of dominance that we tend to get at a Kavutu. And I mean, there's something maybe just about Kavutu and Scrappy that just goes together like peanut butter and jam or something. So now that you have, Tuscan, it will be an interesting look to see if everyone else can kind of come out here and also do similar things that we saw there in the Kavutu. Keep it close. Can you actually, take away parts of the map after finding a couple of these kills? That's what we saw a huge change up from Hixie actually in particular in that hard point. He was really good at controlling mid-map and really good at taking away a lot of the lanes and being that nuisance that I feel like Ultra Academy were seriously just kind of missing in that last best of 5.
Yeah, no, that's a really fair shout. There's a lot of things that I think we can kind of look at here as far as both teams are concerned, really, on this Tuscan Control. Obviously, the narratives that have been built into these last 2 maps, but also just the success that M7 Electrify have had as a general respawn team since this team had formed. So yeah, there's definitely a lot to look at here when we get into it. Then you also have to consider if there were to be a losers bracket run, second best of 5, reverse sweep for M7, it would have to be through a Berlin hardpoint, which you're going to feel pretty comfortable on considering what you just did in the previous best of 5. And then a Desert Siege, where both teams were really, again, slapping at one another through mid-map. So there's opportunities here for M7 to realistically still do this. I don't want to rule them out by any stretch, but I think you're also right. Like, to go back and forth, I know I'm kind of flip-flopping here. This Ultra Academy NA team does look a bit different here in this second best of 5 compared to the first.
That's been the case, and listen, I'm going to call out one player in particular. Need to see Maple. We need to see Maple in the first and second round, I feel like, here. This is the player that made the difference at the start of the last series when he had an incredible game, opened up frying. You can't have Maple come in here and have a slow start, being double negative, going in towards halfway part through in the game. That is really, I think, what you need, because we've seen what Wardy can do. We've seen what Denza can do. Weeman, I feel like, has been one of the more consistent ARs that we do have so far at the tournament, so I don't think you have to really look at anyone else. We know what they're capable of, but the inconsistencies for Maple have been a tad bit problematic, and you can no longer afford to have that happen. When you are 0-2 down, this is a must win, and then you have to keep that going into map 4 and map 5. So there's a lot of pressure on these guys, and I have to imagine probably as well, since this has been a turn up for Ultra Academy, Scrappy is probably getting a little louder this series than the last one, right? We've been seeing a lot of the back and forth, the clips on Twitter, Alan, where they're getting amped up. It's a shame we don't have the ability to show you guys, what they're saying, what they're doing, but it has been incredible, I feel like, with turning up their teammates, making sure that they are just getting the adrenaline flowing, right? It's such a massive part of LAN that we always talk about in the passion pits, and I mean, this has been, a back and forth affair between both of these squads, and right now, Ultra Academy, they have the momentum, they have the hype.
Absolutely the case. Wardy and Denza were actually in particular during one of the clips pointing out Scrappy, saying, "What's going on, brother? What's happening?
Why are you so quiet?"
So, yeah, now I imagine he's no longer quiet in any form.
I don't think
at
so.
this point in time. And hey, here we go. There's the live
Here we
vlog.
go.
Big shout outs to the crowd coming through. I see Bance in the background right there. Look at Benjamin Bance.
Yeah.
Coach Mystic in the Ultra jersey, closest to the camera. And of course, the players. That's obviously the main focus. And here's the thing, too. When you want to go back to the actual storylines in this particular match, when you look at someone like Maple, not only do we need to see him have a good start, but I think we're going to get an idea here from M7 Electrify. What kind of tempo do they want to play on? Will they put Maple on a third SMG, or will he feel most comfortable running the second AR alongside Weeman? So I think we're really going to be able to tell what's happening, and maybe if both Cade and Ryan are listening into us, we can start on his perspective to see what weapon he wants to bring to battle, because I think that will be pretty telling to see what exactly M7 Electrify want to do stylistically in this map 3.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it, on the Hardpoint Tuscan in the first series, he had brought out the sub, it felt like, off the rip, or maybe he had, kind of transitioned to it over after the first hill, and that's when, we started to see him take over. So I'm also really interested to see, because it almost feels like a lot of what we get out of Ultra Academy NA, they are really good at getting aggressive, shutting you down, and if you can't rely on Denza and Wardy to nullify that here, that could be your chance. That could be your opportunity. But we're loading in, Alan. Tuscan Control could be the last map of the Minnesota Open here as Ultra Academy NA lead 2-0. But will we get a fight out of M7 Electrify? Will they strike back?
You are so good at making hair stand up in the back of my neck, Austin. My goodness. Oh, let's get into it. Oh, gosh. I'm so ready for this.
Me too.
EU or NA, champions of challengers. The conversation has really just been, let's be honest, falsified on both fronts. People saying NA better, EU better. There has been speculation galore. But at some point in time, through this second best of 5, we'll get our answer. And as we start things off, what a start from M7 Electrify. Individual moves from Denza over towards B, while the rest of his teammates focused and successful on the A zone.
Strong start here for Weeman. Finds 2, and Maple, the player we were wondering about, he does have this AR out here off the rip, and he's 2-0. This is really everything we built up coming to life right now for M7 Electrify. A push coming in for Ultra, though, seeing if they can play retake, and through the middle of the map, Vikal has found an angle in. Good assistance through the back, but while this happens, Denza causing some havoc around B.
Yeah, this has to be Mohawk single-handedly depleting the progress. Everybody else from Ultra Academy want to make sure that there is no significant moves towards this B zone. But there is 0 map control right now for the decents of Ultra Academy. And as they look to take some of the ground back, they're getting absolutely picked apart. But not dissuaded. Vikal quickly through the middle of the map. He has been completely incognito and is looking to make a play through fire. Third tick of progress looks pretty darn imminent here at A. But the ability for Vikal to be a nuisance in the backline still definitely exists.
Life's very even here so far. 20 up against 19 in favor of M7. Weeman patiently waiting with the pre-aim. Goes for the re-challenge. Hixie will have none of it. Able to find that kill. That could slow things down, but now Wardy and Denza starting to get involved in the play as they're just going to have to try to hold off a little bit here, see if they can get some map control. And it looks like they're going to try to come back to P5, see if they can clear out Scrap, who's hiding behind the door, and they do manage to sniff him out, as that's 2 players now down for Ultra Academy.
I think there is a moment of doubt there, though, for M7 Electrify. Oh, yeah, he's not in here anymore, and that would have been a bad decision, but they do pick apart, no problem. Vikal looking to hold on to patio control, forced to take a 1v2, and cannot deal with Wardy, who steps for a moment onto the zone, but is mostly looking to zone off the reinforcements. Good stuff from him, as Weeman will be on looking for progress at A. But this is a limited hit in numbers for M7 Electrify. Denza in the background. How has he done that? He keeps his life. Stun comes through. It's going to delay things. Wants the retail, and a bit over-aggressive, I think, if you were to ask most. 12v10, 60 seconds to play.
The big problem there, right? Everyone dies at the front, so everyone is focused on dealing with Denza, and they do, but no one else can find value. And now you have to try to soar through into the top of patio. And Wardy's going to do it, but he does it alone. So now everyone isolated, and there's a pinch on the minimap. Player 5 right now. Hixie coming from behind the entire play. He's able to clean up 1, but Weeman does get there for the trade. However, it's too overwhelming. And again, the pressure's on Denza to make an individual play, and he can't.
Scrap off spawn to have the whereabouts to say, oh, I'll pick up pinch real quick just to make sure. He finds Denza in the middle of his tack sprint. That is a huge pickup. The player on the back denied. M7 Electrify still working with space over towards Church. Ultra Academy giving some ground, almost to insinuate, come on into the B zone, water's fine. Scrap playing patiently from the high ground. Mohawk on 5 down low, keeps this play largely safe. But here comes Weeman in. He'll touch to stop the clock. More reinforcements flooding through for M7 Electrify, and Wardy pushing forward is able to open up some space. Can he stay alive, though? No, not going to happen. Scrap trying to wipe by the reload on 4, and as he gets shut down, so will also the M7 Electrify hit. It'll be an Ultra Academy defensive win. Yeah, it absolutely will. Time's going to run out there, and unable to find a lot of success. The only time you could ever really see M7 Electrify get to the back of that zone is when Denza finds an individual play in the back. But every single time that he finds a kill, maybe even 2, his teammates are unable to break through the front line of Ultra around P5 and around radio. So you're never getting your resources there. And as long as you trade Denza and you make sure he does not stay alive in the back here, you're able to deal with it, quite easily. So Ultra Academy NA have now started off on the right foot. First round is good, but now we'll see what they have for us in their first attacking round. 2-2 split for Ultra Academy. Looking to feel out M7, and this actually may force M7 Electrify to kind of give up around A and try to stack over, saying, well, if they're not hitting A, they must be coming B. And I don't know about that setup there for Ultra Academy. It's very conservative, looking maybe punish M7 and maybe get aggressive on flanks, but it doesn't really work out. Wardy shuts down the play single-handedly, and as he takes his 3rd elimination, he's now influencing the defense over towards B. A shutdown does occur, and at least for Ultra Academy, you were able to even out the lives and get the first tick of progress at A.
Yeah, they are here now. Second tick on its way. Maple trying to fight back. Had a good start to the map, but now has significantly slowed down at 4-9. Talks about him being one of the key players we need to see step up, and maybe this is his moment. But Wardy's going to drop. It's going to make things pretty tough for Maple, and they're able to push on through. That's the extra minute. That's the A zone, and now Ultra Academy will start to work through the back.
Yeah, but Hixel and Vikol are a bit trapped back here, and that's a good isolation from M7. And as they deal with the play in the back, they're also sending a couple of members forward. Big pickup from Scrap. Throws a lot of offensive pressure up towards Radio, but there are more contestants nearby, but Scrap somehow expects this, and Maple up top. Stuns will come through. Maple has to give up this position, but as he does, it's Wee Man on the flank that once again makes sure that resiliently standing is the defense around the B zone.
And now we have a bit of a flip, right, where Vikol's kind of playing that Denza position. How much can he find as he's behind enemy lines here? Scrap does find one, and that does open up the push through mid, but Denza needs to try to get more than one. He's only able to come up with Vikol with the trade. So back and forth we go, but Ultra Academy, limited success so far around the B point. This could be the first time they can touch. They are in the back here, but will they read Wee Man on this push? 4 in a row, make it 5, looking for 6, as he is trying to see if he can maybe earn this glide bomb.
He's got help to make sure Mohawk just is kept at bay. But the thing about this is the defense is playing just from the high ground. So Ultra Academy NA, an opportunity to maybe touch the point from the low ground, which is not really where you want to be. But as Vikol comes off spawn, he kind of puts a clearance up top a little bit. So now you have the opportunity with 35 seconds to the clock. Ultra Academy NA could maybe stop and maybe get a couple of kills off the respawns for M7 Electrify. Denzo, aware of this, just wants to make sure he holds his ground, trusting that his teammates in front of him will get the job done. And that trust is well earned as Maple and Ward are able to clean up the pieces, leaving just 20 seconds on the clock for Ultra Academy to make a move.
Yeah, Mohawk and Hixie were probably alive at the back of the B zone there for a good 30, 35 seconds, but there's nobody could ever get to them. They could never break Wee Man inside of P5. There is still maybe one last attempt. Try to see if you can get a touch, and Vikol does come up with 2. This does open up an opportunity for Ultra, as multiple members going to actually drop down here for M7 Electrify, but you're going to have to show us your dancing moves as all the nades and stuns about to come flying through, and here comes Denza.
Yeah, and you have to stay on the point with only like 3.2 seconds on the clock, so you can put your boogie shoes on, but you got to stay on the dance floor. 1-1 the count. Very tight for both defenses. Good lockup of the B zone from both sides, marginalizing any advantages that may occur through first 2. Definitely a different look than the Kavutu Control so far. And for M7 Electrify, this is what I was curious about. Do you want to try to do something a bit unique and different? The answer, yes. 4-man hit over towards B. The only defender here initially will be Vikol, but look how quick Mohawk can get up top into bunks to help out for this defense. Oh, they've read this beautifully.
They have stuns are just flooding through right now, stopping a lot of what they want to do, but they have been able to just soar through to the zone. But as soon as it happens, 3 players of Ultra will clean up everyone. Wardy almost there to turn on to 3 to try to save that play, but it does not happen. And now Scrap already interested in picking apart the respawners as he finds the first one onto Maple, but it will be M7 Electrify with numbers on A.
That's a beautiful read from Ultra Academy NA. Hey, you don't want to throw nades at A. All right, well, we're just going to send an extra member over to make sure B stays safe, and it results in a 4-for-1 exchange. Bad news bears here for M7 Electrify. They're onto the A zone, but they're missing out on lives. And interesting, again, they're trusting that Denza can single-handedly win the A zone. This is a focus towards mid-map and largely towards B. So as the second tick of progress is depleted nearly in full in the A zone, Ultra Academy look to retake the B point. First tick of progress is good. The stack is putting a lot of pressure on the defense to make a move quickly. But the problem is, as you have to get off to eventually deal with the defenders, that stack doesn't really amount to too much. Second tick of progress going to be contested, but the cleanup is not there. Denza for 2. Mohawk for the 1v1 with the pistol, doesn't win it, but Wee Man will still fall. But job largely done for M7. They get the second tick of progress, and off respawn, they're back onto A.
Very happy with that. I mean, we talk about, going to round 5s in control and being able to get 2 ticks of progress. You might even be able to still come off this A point and get over to B and stack the zone. But here we go. An extra minute. They'll have about a minute 45 to work with, trying to break through the defensive setup of Ultra Academy NA. Dent is going to lead that charge to the bottom of P5 as everyone else tries to work through mid.
Thing about this is Hixie's playing deep onto rooftops, but no, he gives up his position. Looking to challenge inside P5, and what has been a pretty dire game for Hixie continues to see him in the blender a bit. Trade comes out as the command center is now won by M7 Electrify. Wardy in the back is looking to set up a bit of a pinch, but the numbers are not all that great. So Wardy has to come through to help his teammates, and that will not amount to too much. 12v15, minute 10 on the clock, and Ultra Academy defensively taking over the map.
Holding on pretty well here so far. Player 5 on the minimap, coming all the way around the back here. Hixie could really spoil this entire play. Is able to find that first one, backs up Vikol, and that's 2 players now down here on the attack for M7 Electrify. You're looking at, again, Wardy to try to make something happen inside of Church, but he is now isolated. The rest of Ultra are fanning out through the front. They have mighty control around this B point, and, well, Vehicle is still getting work done around P5. You might have 1-2 good hits left, and Wardy's going to try to make it happen with his teammate.
Yeah, and it has to be successful from this push into the Church. You've got a bit of a timing here. Good kills coming out, but they do get a little bit picked up as Hixie was unexpectedly playing backside column. Wee Man in the back, pistol in hand. Opens up more space. Maple from the front, able to reinforce the point. Third tick of progress, starting to come through. Contest in the mix. 5v8. Maple staying alive. Gets away from some of the nades, but cannot get away from more Ultra Academy members. It's a double stack, though. Can anyone get here to touch in time? Vehicle tries to touch, but cannot be allowed to get forward. M7 Electrify. The initial play towards B getting 2 ticks of progress turns into win condition as they fully capture the B zone. It's Wardy for the final 2 kills.
And that's the difference maker. You hit it. 2 ticks of progress at B at the start of that round. All of a sudden, Ultra Academy can no longer make mistakes. They go 4 down 1 time. Easy stack for M7 Electrify. And it does take a little bit. Comes down to the wire. But nonetheless, they still get it done. They get on that zone, and they're able to secure an offensive round. And now we need to see the exact same thing come through for Ultra Academy as they're on their attack.
No trickery this time. All 4 members making a quick play to A, but Denza inside you. Good for 1. Wants the second, but can do nothing more. First tick of progress at A. Looks good. M7 Electrify trying to play for a bit of a pinch, but it's read beautifully by Mohawk. Maple now has to get the job done from the front. He's the last standing defender. Second tick of progress locked. Over the top of the heady, though. Maple locks himself in. Beams the player off the backside. And now Denza looking to set up a bit of a pinch, but can they get here in time? Hixie's created enough space. No one is contesting. Hixie takes the challenge. He gets both and locks in the A zone with a 3-life lead.
What an incredible moment from Hixie, going big, and Vehicle trying to answer back again. Oh, Vehicle finds 2 in a row. Ultra Academy now catching fire, as it'll be multiple sprees. But can you hold on? On to B they will go. They will stop the clock. The push coming through in the back, and they are still ripping M7 Electrify apart. Mohawk there to clean up 2, and that second tick might come in, but Scrappy's going to have to try to go big, and he snaps again.
It's a 1v1 with Wardy. Goes prone, but Wardy's good for it. Neutralizes for now. The second tick of progress not quite locked. Hixie looking for more heroics to potentially single-handedly give his team an advantage, but no, not this time. 16v19. Life lead starting to be marginalized as the defense gets forward just a touch. But as the nades come out, it's a 4v2 on towards the zone. Wee Man has to hold on to Patio. Stuns to assist, and Wee Man's good for 2. Around the back, sure, Scrap's able to find a kill, but the defense is here with numbers.
Denza needs that battle, but Scrap shuts him down. And, well, there's still an opportunity, but Scrap can't play his life, unable to stay alive. So Ultra need to take a breath, need to try to slow down here, wait for their numbers to come off spawn so that they are able to try to create something in the back. Player 6 is going to come all the way around. That's going to be Scrap off spawn. The rest of Ultra, they're interested in just staying in P5 until Scrap can find value, and now it's go time.
Oh, that just ain't right. Scrap just peels Wardy off of off the heady. And now an opportunity for Hixie to make a play through Patio. Looking good. 12v5, but a 2v2 for the zone. Wee Man has to play passively, but he forces the gunfight and wins a key one versus Mohawk. Help is there to keep him alive from behind. 4v10 Austin, 60 seconds on the clock.
We've seen teams hold on in the past, and you have to try to hold on here if you're M7 Electrify. Have to be perfect. No longer can make mistakes. Vehicle, I don't know if he spots him. It looks like he might try to make a move on Denza, and he does. He finds the kill. 3 lives now up against 8. Wee Man is finding kills, though, in and around the point, and you still have solid defense, but Vehicle's here, able to clean up 1, and now you have 2 lives left.
Maple needs a reload. It's him and Wee Man with automatons in hand. And it's a 4-man stack through Church. They don't read it. Wee Man looking up to pick this. Finds 1 down low. Good damage. Can't confirm the kill. Just down to Wee Man. And no, not going to be able to fall into the point with eliminations. Elimination is the name of the game as we go to round 5. Last chance saloon for M7 Electrify to keep this series alive.
Oh, last chance, Alan. The good news, you should have defense if you're M7 Electrify. That win came by way of kills. So they should be coming into another defensive round, and that's the case. Oh, boy, oh boy. Last time Ultra Academy did go for that 2-2 split off the rip. It did not necessarily work out, but they were still able to get a very early capture on A. That gave them so much time to work with, and we know how important the kills are as well. Scrap already able to shrug off one, but you talked about it. Look at this. They're already on B. Ultra's going for B off the rip.
Maple has to come quickly. He's got an AR, so he can potentially try to hold this. And the nades are good, including a little bit of help from a team nade, as M7 Electrify will largely deal with this initial play towards B. But the thing about it is, the one member they forgot about is Scrap, and he has single-handedly locked in the first tick of progress at A. And on top of that, not only that, you've also got Hixie, who's playing forward. So there's an aggressive zone set up here for the offense of Ultra Academy NA. And for M7 Electrify, you have to be very diligent about how you break this, if you break this at all.
Oh, win doesn't come through there for Scrap, and maybe there's still a chance to come back in. See if you can clean up Vikol off of the point. Wee-Man playing patient, able to deal with another AR player. Vikol lets one go over his head. There's one, tries to go for two. It doesn't come in, and it is still holding on just barely for M7. Hixie also loses this battle by B, and you have player 4, player 3 right now. Wee-Man and Wardy, they're in takeover mode again. Wardy finds 3 off screen, and that will be 4 in a row here for him.
That is so impressive on so many individual moments from M7 Electrify, and the players that are holding on to streaks are the ones to do it. 5 for Maple, 3 for Wee-Man, 4 for Wardy, and now time and lives becoming a significant problem from Ultra Academy NA. The little 3-1 split off the rip nearly worked out for you, but now your backs are against the wall, and you've got to force your way through Denza. Front side of the command center, nearly gets a lineup. At least he's able to force a team kill, and with that, the defense will rotate to deal with this hit towards B.
Oh, you only have 12 lives, and Maple still has a glide bomb after going on that 7 spree at the back of P5. So much you have to watch out for, and you're going to have to start slaying. But here comes the glide. Vikol does clean up 2. Everyone's just trying to run inside of Radio, but Maple still able to at least take down 1. And now 23 seconds left on the clock as Ultra need to capture a zone.
Yeah, we're trying to get back over to A. Vikol tries to take church control so Mohawk can feel comfortable to get this third tick of progress, but even if you add extra 60 seconds to the clock, an 18v7 from the offensive side of Tuscan Control is very improbable. And as the time starts to dissolve in front of our faces, so will the hopes of a 3-0 sweep here for Ultra Academy NA. M7 Electrify's defense looking good. Maybe one more chance to touch, but it's a 14v3. Let's not get our hopes too far ahead, as it looks like this stack very well may result in an extra 60 seconds. But no, they do not stand on it for long enough. And M7 Electrify keep themselves in this second best of 5 as we head to our second hardpoint.
Oh, it does not get better than that. M7 Electrify are able to extend the series. No 3-0 in the second best of 5. They are still fighting, still showing us they have it. And that was the big step up I think we needed to see. Like, that's the first time I feel like we've seen Wardy really be Wardy so far this tournament in this second best of 5. He had such an incredible performance, and that is really, I think, what we've been missing. The slaying power hasn't always been here. That's what was missing in the map 1. But, I mean, in that final round, it made it look like it was just too easy here for them. Just taking over in the lives, not even giving them a single zone here in the final round.
Yeah, and I think just from both teams' perspectives, when you kind of evaluate what they tried to do offensively, you could at least see what the game plan was, and you could appreciate what it is in theory, but it's that moment in round 5 where M7 Electrify, it's not just Wardy, but it's also Maple and Wee-Man that go on big sprees individually across 3 different parts of the map to make sure that 3-1 split never finds any legs to work with for Ultra Academy's offensive attempt there on the final. So really good stuff from start to finish. What a good control this was from both sides. It's appropriate that our second best of 5 existed in the first place, but even more so that it goes possibly longer than 4 maps as we start to gear our attention back towards Berlin for another hardpoint attempt.
Another hardpoint attempt, but a quick look at the stats. I mean, no surprise on Ultra Academy. It feels like Scrap has been that guy every single time so far. He has been the standout, I feel like, so far in this grand final. But M7 Electrify, everyone now starting to come online, starting to get involved. Everything, of course, necessary from here on out, as you have to win every single map. But my goodness, the controls, I mean, going to round 5s, you have to give a lot of credit as well as M7 Electrify securing themselves defense on round 5s in back-to-back best of 5s here. Everything has been solid, and now they have to keep it going out. They got to go back to this hardpoint and do the exact same thing.
And the thing about this, you know, I think that there is a little bit of a mental boon here when you think about this from Ultra Academy NA's perspective. Yeah, you're up 2-1. You had a really solid start in the first 2 maps.
Sure.
But nothing was going your way on the Berlin Hardpoint the first time you played it. And I don't know if it's as easy of a fix as what they put together, kind of band-aiding the Tuscan, where it's just, hey, take a breath. Let's break hills together. There were a lot more problems from Ultra Academy NA than breaking on Berlin.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't mean to be like a romantic about it, but the potential of a loser's bracket run, second best of 5 reverse sweep is still definitely in the cards here, potentially for M7 Electrify, going to a map set that they are really dominated in the first best of 5s.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I would not be surprised, honestly, if we go to a Desert Siege here. I mean, with the way that we've seen the Berlin play out, especially, you know, in the last series, I know that Ultra Academy are looking a little different in this best of 5, but you still have to kind of relate back to the problems that we were seeing, and that was actually getting through Weeman, you know, getting through Maple. They were just, you know, out battling. It felt like Mohawk, for the most part, Scrap didn't nearly put up as many kills as we're used to seeing in a lot of these respawns as well. So, you know, a lot of those AR battles did look good, I would say, you know, in the very first map on Tuscan, but you need that now to translate going into this map here too on the Berlin.
Badly.
So a lot in the cards for Ultra Academy to put this one away. I mean, as much as I'm sure everyone would like to see a game number 5, a lot of the Ultra community, a lot of the players here would like to get it done right in the Berlin Hardpoint.
Oh, brother. Here we go. And for what it's worth, you know, just kind of looking back over some of the more known statistics that we have, this Ultra Academy NA team was by far weakest over Season 2 in their hard points. 3-10 through the group stage and hardpoint in particular. Now, granted, that was a couple of weeks ago. And to be fair, on Berlin, not only have they been solid on this map in moments of this tournament, but they were also pretty darn good at this map. They were 0-4 in it, but they lost on average by only 20 points. So it's definitely not a map they're unfamiliar with, and one that maybe a couple of corrections come through, you could find favorable in your map pool. And so far from the front, good break from Ultra Academy as they take the early lead.
Look at this control, and I think one of them know that, yeah, players slipped through. It was Weeman who works all the way around the back, trying to think about an early rotation. He finds 2. Scrappy maybe just fighting for the scrap time, but he will be overwhelmed. But Hixie finds a nice flank and actually cleans up 2. So despite the unfavored side, Ultra Academy do actually manage to come out here with some decent time. But are they going to be able to come through over to P2 and win this rotation? Vico and Mohawk say yes.
Or he has to wait. Split spawn situation for M7 Electrify behind the point, and Vico's not going to let anybody wait. You want this hard point, you're going to have to go through me. As the young Spanish player moved to North America, looks to cement maybe his future. Good break attempt, though, from M7 Electrify. Even though it doesn't really work out the first time, it definitely works out this second, and the problems of Ultra Academy NA on their holds, once again, already starting to rear its head early.
They have not found an answer for really defending this point. Now, to be fair, a lot of entryways into this hard point, but they have not been able to kind of zone around it, and that's the problem. But here we go, 20 seconds left. Scrap wants to make a move for the scrap time. He's got one more player to try to deal with. That's going to be Wardy, and Mohawk is able to deal with him. You already have Vico on an early rotation to P3. This is what we were missing the last time around in the Berlin, and Ultra will have a member in the back, but
Maple.
Vico's going to have to make some massive plays.
Maple winning number 7, they're right next to each other. He's taking shots. Vico's going to crop his head up and find the kill. And now an opportunity maybe to block spawns, but M7 Electrify quickly try to take back that ground. But as they continue to spawn back over towards lobby, the threat recognized, and the spawns, they actually are going to fully flip. Somehow Ultra Academy are still spawning in the tiniest corner in the back. 2 for 1 the exchange. Scrap looking for a break, but Maple and Weeman doing as they may. They're trying to lock things up, but Scrap swaps to the pistol for the double. Now the defense of M7's setup largely falls onto the SMGs as they're bounced away from the hill for a small time.
Oh, a lot of time to fight for here in M7 Electrify. They don't really want to give all of it up. Let's see if we can get the 20 seconds over to Ultra Academy. It's looking solid as Scrap is on 6. 1 off of earning that glide bomb here. And that could be massive for some of the more open hills, specifically this rotation. And there it is. Glide bomb is locked in. Scrap almost earning himself a full minute of time here as he's 12-4.
And I love this call. I was about to ask, do you call this here? Because you've got Hixie that's already blocking spawns. So if you can force all of these members from M7 Electrify into train station, you will win spawns and have the best opening look at P4. But can they clean up the kills? So far, so good. But Maple from the front takes down 2. And goodness, Maple, massive in the re-break attempt as M7 Electrify will have numbers to move forward, but they can't get through. Mohawk with the pistol! Even the hip fire for the headshot. Get the reload off. Give yourself 5 in a row, young man.
Mohawk is turning up here for us. He says that last performance on Berlin, forget about it. Now it's time to take over, as 100 points is going to come through for Ultra Academy at A. And well, you need to try to break here for Maple. He does put 2 in a row, but is unable to find any more, as Wardy just needs to zone off the rotation now from the front of the train station. So they could keep Ultra pinned in the back here, but it's the time that ends up going over. And Ultra Academy still will have that edge.
Wardy's still looking for more, but caught just a little bit too far forward. Maple also tagged up from beyond. Goodness, vehicles presence over the middle of the map being thrown everywhere so far. So now numbers for Toronto Ultra Academy. They're going to be able to get up to the high ground, get some time here on the 5th, and with a couple of kills, they may be able to push across the map, but Wardy, other designs in mind, is able to neutralize, finding 2 individual kills. That will put a bit of a pause into the action over the middle of the map for now.
And this is the beauty about having a bit of a lead on Berlin, is you don't need to make the first move for the hard point. You can do what Hixie is doing, play through the stairwell, and be annoying. As long as you're keeping them off at the time, then you're in a great position. But now that they find 2-3 players going down here, you could make a move to try to secure the remaining 20 seconds. While this happens, Mo is still on a spree, and now it's another glide bomb in play here. Mohawk is 18-6. He's also starting to find some of his strides here in this final map, potentially, as it's going to be a full hard point ahead right now for Ultra Academy.
Hixie in the back. He's on another pitch play. The route is successful, but Maple still spawns behind him. And I don't think he's going to expect this. No. Okay, so M7 Electrify, a dangerous moment as Ultra Academy nearly flipped the spawns run and maybe put this game out of hand. But they collect themselves. And now it's Wardy, number 8, that's making a play. He catches a couple of players on reload. Clean feed for M7 Electrify, leaving Hixie by himself, and there's really nowhere for him to go but down. Good hold for M7 Electrify through the first 20 seconds.
Oh, incredibly needed. I mean, 35 seconds here, and you're really back in the game if you can contest some time on P2. But Ultra Academy, not going to let it go over that easy. Here we go. 4-man hit. No one worried about the rotation right now. It's all about contesting the time on P1. Ixie tries to slide across, but Vico's been able to clean up too, and how massive is that? Yeah, rotate away here, M7 Electrify, but Ultra Academy, they can still contest it, and they get the scrap time.
Yeah, bim, bang, bop. Lots of nade action coming through for Ultra Academy on the break attempt for scrap time. But as Denzo opens up a double on rotation, it leaves Hixie on his lonesome. Cleanly deals with the first. So many more contestants to deal with, but as he creates time and space, his teammates are on the way back forward. Eventually dealt with his Hixie. Wee Man through the wall onto vehicle. Now it's just down to the last couple of Toronto members. Just like that, how quickly the tables have turned. And M7 Electrify, well done to clean up the hard point and at least keep it contested for now.
Yeah, this has been one of their better hills when it comes down to actually accumulating time, but well, as you look at it, Ultra Academy clearly not going to let that happen on this second rotation. They are the ones now with control. And M7 Electrify, they have to battle from the back of their spawn. This is a little too one-dimensional. You have to clear members out like Scrap, who might have just found the timing to come through on a pinch. That's one for Scrap, trying to lock down the second. Wide challenge comes in, and the slide is there.
Wow.
Hixie gets the third. One more player fighting for Scrap time, and Scrap says no problem, as Ultra Academy will secure the Scrap time, win out of the battles, and they have the rotation.
Oh, this is a brand new squad from the first best of 5 for Ultra Academy NA. Mohawk's pacing is so much better this time around. He's watching over Scrap largely on a lot of these break attempts, saying, Scrap, I've got your right, you go left. And again, like we had mentioned, if you allow Scrap to only focus on one thing, he could potentially be the most dangerous player in Challengers. Ultra Academy on rotation, lock in the spawns for fire. They can feel it, they can taste it. They're up by nearly 100 points as they win the third hill.
Winning the third hill, and they might be able to just about put it away here. Wee Man, crucial battle right through mid. Now the response coming through for M7 Electrify. Spawns will be out here for Ultra, which might signal an attempt over to a rotation. Might not be too interested in trying to re-hit this, but Vico will make sure exits are not easy off of P3, but you're going to keep your eyes right now on player 5, and Denza can't find any value, and now everything slows down as Ultra put the pressure on.
Oh, this is good news for Ultra. I was a bit worried that we were going to get a similar situation as the winners finals, where Ultra Academy built up a lead that looked like this and then kind of hit the brakes too much. You have to continue to force consideration for M7 Electrify on the scrap time when they win that back 30 seconds. And that was well done. It now results in a little bit of early time here at Train Yard. Can they get over the double century mark? Not yet. 199 to 115. Weeman and Maple on the break attempt. Clean kills coming through. A third one tallied, and the last player left is Vikal on the outside. Weeman wants to chase down the elimination, but as he does, Vikal puts him in the ground, and Toronto Ultra Academy have gotten a hold on the fourth hill.
That's the wipe, and now M7 Electrify, they can no longer play on the back foot. They have to fight for this and at least get Hixie off of the hard point. But are they going to be able to do it? 20 seconds could be locked in. Mohawk is just waiting patiently for the challenges. He's able to do some damage, but can't find any eliminations here. And M7 Electrify might have been able to at least fan out just a tad bit to make sure they still have a fighting chance. But down at a deficit is where they currently stand as Scrap 34-19 continuing to put the pressure on. Everything coming together, but we will see at least 1 to 2 more hills here potentially.
M7 Electrify over focus in the middle of the map. They've missed Vikal. Vikal's all the way in the back. Aware of this, though, you see a couple of red arrows turning around, looking to see if they can find Vikal, but as he finds an elimination, now all of a sudden there's pinch pressure for Ultra Academy NA. Spawns will flip a touch. Maple spawns out towards Warehouse. With him is Wardy. Ultra Academy NA, advantage going into P5. Up top, though, Denza clears some space, dealing with Hixie, and it's M7 Electrify that are able to collect themselves faster as they get back over to contest the fifth hill.
But Ultra understand, you know, what's on the line right now. If you guys can't battle us out at P5, that's okay. We'll have players on the right side of the map for the future rotation. And Mohawk still getting so involved in that kill feed, as it will be M7 Electrify trying to come through on what might just be their final push here very soon. Weeman from the side, desperately looking for battles, but it's all purple. It's all purple in the feed, and Allen, they could do it going into P1.
Austin, it's been 800 days since the last major international event. And what started at the Armory comes full circle at Mystic Lake. It's Ultra Academy North America, the last one standing, and we finally crown a Challengers champion again.
Oh, baby, Ultra Academy, they soar through the bracket, they climb the mountain, and they take down M7 Electrify in the second best of 5. You talk about composure, you talk about keeping it together and improving going into that second series. That is everything we just saw out of Ultra Academy NA.
Oh my goodness. What a series between these two juggernauts, representing their regions to the fullest potential. A lot of people will look back on this tournament and say, hey, you finished top 4, you're in the Pro-Am. First ever time that we'll see amateurs play up against CDL pros since Black Ops 4 World Championships. But boy, holding the crown as the best team in Challengers is nothing to shy away from. And what a recovery from Ultra Academy NA and the Hardpoints, brother. I mean, the solid starts in the first best of 5, you thought, oh boy, they're coming out really slapping, especially considering M7 Electrify looked so good in the lower finals. But man, I'll tell you, the adjustments that were made, so impressive from this Ultra Academy NA team. It starts against their counterpart team, the Ultra Academy EU team, in the upper bracket quarterfinals, right there in the middle left of your screen. A map 5 affair, reclaiming revenge against Texas Nation to qualify. The team that beat them in Cup 8 not once, but twice in the grand finals. They get the clean 3-0 in the winners finals, and it would take 2 grand final matches here to be your new champions of Challengers.
Amazing work.
Wow.
Massive congratulations. A tough bracket to try to run through, and they're able to deliver. They do it. Convincing fashion in that winners final. They slip up, but we always come back to this team and talk about adjusting. And talking about Scrappy, as much as he has a good performance, we have to highlight the fact that near the end of Cold War, he talks about the fact that I can't get on a solid team. I just can't get the right teammates around me. But Vanguard has been a totally different story for this young guy, as he has just shown us every single time that he is one of the best players in Challengers, period. And he comes out here and really has an amazing performance, Alan. But everyone else, obviously, deserving their hype. Everything not going right back in Season 2, where they did not make playoffs. But these tournament formats, that's where they thrive. That's where they take over.
That was the first LAN for everybody on Toronto Ultra Academy NA except for Hixie. And you're now undefeated on LAN. So take that to the bank. Cash that check along with the $24,000 that you earned today. But that concludes really the halfway point in the Challenger season. And we have to say farewell as we get ready to watch over the CDL. 4 teams were going to be given the chance to play in the Pro-Am against CDL squads in May. That had been earned. But going into today, we needed to crown a champion for the first time in 2.5 years. A massive congratulations to Ultra Academy NA. We'll see you on the CDL broadcast right now.